I completely forgot to put my model in here. Subscribe to earn drops. What? What? Also, why is this still on shield? Okay, there we go. There we go. Hang on, let me put this on full screen. And let's put the volume on 40. Well, I would say 60. That sounds good. You can see my map. Hang on, let me change to that. I don't want you to see that. Lip. There we go. Okay, and let me get my controller. Oh, hang on. Sheesh. Mm-hmm. 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 9 hours. Hang on. Let me just stand there for a little bit. Okay, so. Okay, so. Oopsie. So. Hang on. What the hell was I going to say? I forgot. I was going to say that I have a delivery coming, so I may have to be right back soon. I'm not sure how soon, but relatively soon. But everything is relatively soon, so that doesn't make sense any better. Leave it there. Would be weird to have a plant in the middle of the room. Add new soil. Yeah. Salmon. Looks fine. Okay. That's alright. You have a gift. Table fork. You feel her stare at you. Okay. Do we have anything? We can make stuff. We can make stuff. It's been such a long time. Holy. Such a long time. Molotov. Anything else? Nope. Can I make like something new? Herbicide. I don't think. I guess. What do I do with this? Like what do I make? Explosive. Oh shit. That's really cool. That's pretty nice. Lot. Nothing. Vinegar. Nothing. Lysots. Nothing. What about? Well, I guess not. Yeah, nothing. Fine. Okie dokie. So let's check. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Hey, let me change that up for you. Holy 42. I mean, let's let it break. I can stay for long, but happy to be here. Hello, Rum Rum. Thank you for passing by. I appreciate you. I hope your day's been fine. Do, do, do. Do, do, do. I think I'll let this guy have it, even if it's cracked. I'll just change it later. Let's see. Okay, looks good. I'm sick, but oh well. Oh no! Brum, please take care of yourself. Drink water, hydrate yourself. Unless your illness needs you not to drink water. In that case, do not drink water. Do not hydrate, Rum. What am I doing? Mama. Oh yeah, what time is it? What day is it? 6:06. Okay. What day is it? As in how much left do I have? 8 days left. Okay, let us brush your teeth. Take a shower. Strangely, you feel great. Amazing. You brush your teeth with some toothpaste. Good stuff. Let's take a shower. Good. I had like a list of things that I wanted to talk about, like that I wanted to tell you all, but I completely forgot. Like I had a list in my mind. I forgot to write it down, but I think I'll remember it with the coming hours. With the ongoing hours, I think you could say. I noticed that the plugin for the captions that I had is not working anymore, since I think I updated OBS. I'll have to look for a replacement for that. Oops. Yeah. But it's fine. It'll be fine. Let's go to the basement. I probably still have things to do here. This is still a bit too loud for me. There we go. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Locked. Okay. Okay, so let us see. Yeah, since I saved like a pair of children that I did not find on my last playthrough, I said that oh, this is new. I don't remember this. Anyway. Weird. What is that? Anyway. Do I have a double turn? Nope. Leech. Okay, makes sense. Oh. Okay. Doesn't look strong, so. Yep, there we go. Okay. I'm chilling. Plumbing tools. That was new though. First time I see that enemy. So yeah, I was gonna do like this thing. This side task or whatever. And also find the other children. Very important. Killing ticks and finding children. I should not forget the second part as well. Hello. But yeah, it's been so hot today. I remember that that's one thing that I wanted to talk about. It's been so hot today. I woke up and I felt like doing nothing at all. Like even with my AC on here, it's like super hot. Super hot, like the hit game super hot. Oh, I didn't see which one that was. Yeah. Yep. It's like the heat that just makes you feel like doing nothing for the whole day, like just lay down in the AC. And um, huh? This isn't you. Oh right, that's how you did it. I remember now. Okay. So that's how you got there. We can basically progress. I can stand the heat. No, me neither. Me neither. And I basically live in I think it's called like tropical weather kind of country, which is basically like kind of hot most of the year. There's not much of a winter or a fall or anything. Like maybe there are like a couple of cold days or rainy days in the fall and in the winter. But besides that, it's kind of cold every day. And then in summer or in like rare days like today, there are like super hot days, like 40 degrees Celsius. It's hell. It is so hell. And contrary to popular belief, you don't actually get like that much used to it. Like I didn't get used to it living here all my life. I could never survive in that. No, yeah. Yeah. Da-da-da-da. Do-do-do-do-do-do. The only good thing about it, and it's not like so much of a good thing, it's more like I'm just trying to look at the bright side, which is in there. But like the only good thing, under quotation marks, is that when it's cold, it feels really good. But basically, like, since it doesn't happen, like, almost not at all, whenever it happens, it's like a blessing from the skies, and it's like, beautiful stuff. My idea of a hot to go outside is 24 degrees Celsius. That is like, that is not hot at all here. That's like kind of a fresh day, you know? Like, not cold, but not hot. Right? That sounds like very pleasant, honestly. Here it's like 35. It's like the regular kind of day. And then the very hot days it's like 40 C. 40 degrees. I'm just walking here. Oh, hey, I actually didn't save the children. I completely forgot. Oh yeah, I'll pass. No, yeah, me too. If I could. Save me. um, so. What was I gonna do? Ah, yeah, I was gonna talk to the teacher to see if I could get all the children. Like save. Well, not really save. Like they're fine, but like take the children to the teacher. Like, let's see. It was this way. Here? I don't think it was around here, but let me check. Let me see. Oh, yeah, it is. I think it is. Yep, there we go. Uh-huh. Oh, hey. Can I kill those fellas? What's the coldest weather you've had? Um, I would say like around 5, 5 degrees Celsius. I mean, I'm not exactly sure. I don't remember. But like that would be the coldest here, and it should have happened like at least once in my life. Like around 5, like a single digit, but never 0 and never below 0. So it's always hot there. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Hey, you. Wait. No, please don't run. I'm not a monster. I need your help. Have you seen a group of kids on your way here? Yes, I have. Okay, so I read this on my last playthrough, but like, yeah, things got chaotic. Ended up here. Special needs students. How do I recognize them? Uh-huh. Oliver is non-verbal. Oliver verbal. Oliver verbal. Growing up, it wasn't crazy if we got to minus 31 degrees. That's crazy. I could never think of that. Like, I could never imagine that. Yeah. Wow, wow. And I've never like seen snow or anything. Like the most that I've seen is like I don't know how it's called in English, but it's like raining ice. I should look that up later. But yeah, yeah, like raining like frozen water. Okay, let's see. Oliver is nonverbal, but you'll always find him drawing. Hail. Yeah, yeah, hailing, hailing. That's right, that's right. Victor and Florence, and that was like a long time ago. It doesn't happen like at all, any often, not at all. So like our infrastructure and whatever is not ready for that at all. Victor and Florence are probably glued to their game system. I won't be sticking around, but hello, hello, Nyak. Frozen under, frozen udder. That is not what I said. That is not at all what I said. uh, I said like frozen rain or something. I don't know where you got udder from. That was not me. But this guy's rewards are mega ass. Oh, really? Like the teachers? Oh shit, I didn't read anything. Water. Yeah, 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 exactly, exactly. Water. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I didn't read again. Whoop. Hang on. How do I recognize them? Um, is it worth it to do this, or should I just like make progress? Because I've only have 8 days left. Victor Florence, okay. Victor video game. Right, right, right. Victor video game. That's how we remember. And Oliverville. As sad of a reminder as that may be. It's a side quest that doesn't give much in return. It's not necessary. Oh shit, we're out of here then. Also, hello Shu, nice to see you. Huh. Yeah, we're out of here. Actually, I don't care for the children. Fucking just leaves. Yeah, let's just make progress. I want to actually get to the ending. And I think I... Fuck them kids. For real. I think I could get to the ending today. I had like, what, 4 hours and 40 minutes. I feel like I could. I feel like I definitely could. So... Oh, what about the boss? Like here. Like this thing. Does it give you anything cool? Is it worth it? Is it fun? Where am I going? You are Oliver. I remember you. And this is like the... No, I don't remember this. Okay. I thought it was like the shortcut. Like the useless shortcut. Okay, let's just go to the right. Humma. Yeah, the two kids that I finally found. And that was the only reason I was gonna do the side quest, because I finally found those children. Where am I going? Okay. Okay, I can just go down here and then go left. I don't know how you're navigating this maze. I get so lost all the time. I am simply walking, honestly. I'm doing trial and error. There's no other way. I will not remember any of this. I do not remember it. I'm just walking around. Oh, ticks. Whoa, okay. Surviving. Audrey! Audrey! Yeah. Yeah, it'd be like that. Da 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 da. Okay, this is not the way. The right way. Audrey is with us. Oh yeah, like the two doors, I remember. Now we have to go further down. Further. Yet further. No, actually this was all. Okay. Remember how to get to where I'm supposed to go. Banging team my man. Hell yeah. Generally best doctor line ever. Which doctor? Why did I suddenly start humming that song? Was it canon? Deltarune. Oh, why would this be Deltarune? Hang on, hang on. So I'm Chris. Also, I want to play Deltarune. Anyway, I'm Chris. Audrey is Hanging Sermon, my man. 2025 poetry. I had no idea. What the fuck did I do? I have no idea what you're saying. But I admire you, admire it, and I support you in everything you do. I hope you know that. But I'm Chris. Audrey would be like the dear girl. Ernest would be. No, hang on. That's not right. Play Deltarune, Zumnari. Become obsessed with a game show host. Oh, like Ralze is a boy. Yep. No, yeah, I did play the first game. Sorry. The first two chapters actually. I meant to say that I want to continue playing Deltarune. As in, I want to get it and actually like play the last two chapters. La 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 la. But yeah, I love the. I completely forgot. Spamton? Spamton. Yep. Is that expensive for you? I wouldn't say so. But on like sunglasses. I wouldn't say so. I think I can get it. Perhaps. But if someone watches this bot in 3 years, when I already am an affiliate, remember this. I always accept donations. I like money. I simply like it. Okay, so this is not the way. You say Spamton like a Japanese haunted. Oh, spam. I don't know. I was told that I pronounced some vowels like Japanese ones. Like I was told that some time ago. I think some months ago. Spamton. Supamu tonu. Spamton. Spamton. I don't know. I think it was like the ooh, like the ooh sound in Spanish, like ooh. I was told that it sounded Japanese whenever I say I would say it, which is interesting. I have no idea where I'm going. I remember that it was. No, I don't remember anything. What I remember is how to get to the children, and that's not Now speak Brazilian Portuguese. Um, caipirinha, caipirinha. I have no idea. Like, whenever I hear you speak Portuguese, it sounds like very soft. Da, 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 like French or something. Although I haven't listened to much French either to say that, but yeah, it sounds soft. Like very flow. Like it has its flow, you know? Was it this way? It was this way, wasn't it? Caipirinha, caipirinha. I still don't know what a Bambora Caseta is. If that's anything. No, the soft is just me being a bottom. Just kidding, by the way. Nice. Okay, so yeah, this was the way. Holy crap. I think it was. Yeah, this is it. Bambura caseta. I still don't know what that is. Okay. Holy shit. Let's fucking go. Vamos podendo ir. Let me drink something. I got like, I have no idea how to pronounce this in English, but I got like an aloe vera drink. Is that a thing in other countries? I mean, I would say so. Let me see where this is imported from. Roach, I will throw you out later. Where is this from? Bolivia. My phone battery that is dying, and I want to play Peglin. Go play Peglin, my child. Go forth. Aloe vera, isn't that a soap? Well, it's a material that's often used in soaps, but there are drinks from it as well. It's really yummy. It's very popular in East Asia too, and became more popular in the US. Hell yeah. Hello. Oh, so that's how. Hello, thank you, thank you. Aloe vera. Very popular. That's good to know. It's really good. I've been drinking it for like most of my adolescence. Like not daily or anything. But I mean, I've known the drink for that long. There are drinks made from it. Drinking dishwasher doesn't make it soap. Does it not make... Huh? Doesn't make it not soap. I mean, you know, I always wanted to drink soap. Nah, it's Stacy. Yeah, it is. It really is. It really is. I will encourage Nyak to drink it. It's really cool. So, I don't really care about talking to these people, do I? Guy who eats cilantro because it tastes like soap. So, okay, I don't want to talk to them unless I get something from it. Least a sociopathic person you know. I think that's the meaning of sociopath. Bottle of vodka. Hello, should I kill you? Hundreds of ticks. My name is Henry. Don't wear it out. What can I do you for? What happened to you? I found these, here. They were hungry little guys. But I'd give them a hand. They're so polite, you know? Very friendly. These people are just here looking at Andrew and Sam walking around discussing the consumption of dishwasher. I mean, I know people who like violet candles, and those definitely taste like soap, so I'd believe it. You can eat candles? Well, I mean, people eat candles is what I mean. I know that you can. I see. I'll just leave. I'll just leave you be. Oh, candies! Never mind. Oh, yeah. Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. That is an edible thing. I know that much. I've learned that in school. Violet candies. Definitely tastes like soap. Soap tasting candies. That sounds dope. You could probably eat soy candies. Candles. It's candles this time. Alright, good night. Enjoy cleaning vividly accurate core vortex. Sounds good. Thank you, thank you. Good night, good night. Enjoy the rest of your time. Okay, I'm just gonna go do the mushrooms. Yeah. I think I remember how to do this. Okay. Yeah, I remember this. I remember this. I remember. How do... What I don't remember is... How did I calculate it so that I don't kill the tree guy? Right. Interesting. How do I... How do I calculate it? I'm gonna guard. Special. Nah. Just gonna guard. Guard. Guard twice. And range. I would say... Ouch. Sorry. Multi-shot shit. Right. I cannot... I forgot that I cannot choose who to aim for when doing the multi-shot. That's my bad. But at least the fella didn't die. Oh, I'm fine. And now we know that that fella has more than 50 health. Okay. And less than 150, I would say. No, Roderick was a valued ally in the fight against Chaos. Oh shit. We weren't fast enough. Whatever. Convenience store. Okay, cool. Okay. I can just kill you. So, 41. 5. Oh, 46. Um, 54. 54 plus 29. 80. 83. I want to say 83, but I'm not sure. Like 73 or something. I don't know. I am not in that the brain state to do math. Okay, so this guy doesn't have a weapon. From 4 to 42, that is crazy. And I forgot that I upped these. Blood drinking dagger. Sounds good. Since I do many normal attacks with him. And okay, this is not broken. Of course. And I feel like something else was broken. I'm not sure what though. But it don't matter. It don't matter. Oh yeah, something else that I wanted to say today is that I wanted to try raiding someone when I'm done with the stream. So if there's enough people by then, I will definitely do so. Bleep 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 bleep. Hello, you are a bat. Friend? Help! Oh yeah, no. You're a moth. And I remember you are evil. But it's fine. Okay, so one should work. I'll just guard. I will guard. And an aim shot to this fella. And perhaps that should do it. Oh shit. Right. Or no. Hum. Oh, if I come back in that in time for that, that would be fun. Oh yeah. Guard, and I guess guard. And guard. 58. Okay. So that's not enough. Guard. Oh, okay. Let me do this. Guard. And you should reload it. It'll be useful soon enough. Uh-huh. This guy doesn't die. Woohoo! Did you ever play Darkest Dungeon? I have never. In fact, I think it's the first time I hear of it. May I please ask what it is about? It was almost one that bug. Huh. I can. I remember. Shoot, ugly bug, gross. You're a moth? How do you get stuck? Why can you do it in a team? You would only slow us down. Hell yeah. Only get hurt. Okay, I understand. You want to protect me. Okay, you're a real hero. Whoa. Hang on. I didn't read the thing. Pinky promise? Or no pinky holding? I don't remember. What is a promise? Pinky. Your pinky is very cold. If you like the gameplay of this, you'll like it. It's a difficult turn-based game where you assemble a team to dungeon crawl and fight interesting monsters like this. Oh, cool! Then I definitely like it. I do like the gameplay here. I do like it. Oh yeah. Is it like a single player kind of thing? Is it multiplayer? But now swear you will save them, all of them. You won't stop until you save all my family. Sure thing. Oh, I'm so happy. I'll save my family again. You make me a happy moth. Please be safe. Single player. Oh, cool, cool, cool. I'll wait at the exit. Please be careful. I will. Anyway. Cool. I shall look it up. Then, do you think I would like it? It's all over my hair. Get me out of there. Sylvain, I thought we lost you. We're coming. Oh, I guess we are. Hard. Range. Aim shot. Choose 4 torso. I think so. It's very unforgiving though. Fair enough. Oh, wow. Okay. This time it doesn't die from that damage. I guess it is different. So, look. Hard. Please kill it. Yippee! You free Sylvain from the fungus. I remember this guy. Sylvain, we got here in just, well, we got here just in the nick on the, holy shit. Just in the nick of time, old friend. I'm glad you did. I should never have come down here. It's a mess, that's for sure. This is Son, my new deputy in our war against chaos. Son, my savior, here. It's not much, but please let me give you this. No, it's nothing. Just a small token for saving my life. Elegant cap. Now, what can Master Duelist Sylvain do for you, Mon Capitaine? Mon Capitaine. Wow, at least where I am, it's currently 85% off. Oh, cool. I'll definitely look it up then. Oh, yeah. You are acquainted with the Duel for Atlantis, no? A trading card game, quite popular in high society. Perhaps we can play sometime if you find enough cards for a starter deck. The starter deck. Sent it to you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Now, what can Master Duelist Sylvain... Okay, I'll just leave. I'll wait by the entrance for your return. I do hope you rescue the others. I shall do so, my lord. Can I drink something? Blip, 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 blip. Hello, Vera. Okay, let's get in here. Oh, that one is already dead. Methinks. We can guard, and range. Aim shot, infected. That is enough to do it. Too late to save Danielle. How do I... Audrey is no longer poisoned. Did we fuck up? No, I'm not sure. Well, I don't want to do it again, so... I'm so sorry, but I broke our pinky promise. Okay. Let me remember how this went. Huh? Oh, and that's how you go back up. Oh, but we still have to go there. Yeah. Help, I'm stuck. Help me. Jean-Pierre, we're coming. I have no idea how to pronounce that name. I just tried to sound fancy for it. Okay. Guard. 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 Aim shot. Spore hit. $89. Good. One-shot it. Jean-Pierre, you're alive. Huff huff. Just barely. I don't think I would have made it without you. Rest up, my friend. We'll need all the help we can get in this war. This is my new deputy. Thank you, both of you. Here, take this. Use it to slay the beast. It's not my best work, but it should do. Great sword. Oh, cool, this is new. Now, what can the finest blacksmith in the city do for you? Craft him weapons. The axe, the cat, IgG Drazel itself. I have no idea what that is. I'll need old axe and adamantine wafers to craft it. I don't have. Sheesh. Cool. Cool though. Leave. I think there might be more material further in. Good luck. I'll be back at the entrance where it's safe. Okie dokie. Good decision. Good call. You unlock the door. So I have the great sword. That's cool. Here. 74 damage. Wow. Hello. Hello, Marks. What is up and what's poppin'? Oh wait, 82. I already had something better. Thank you for passing by. Venom Dagger. I already had something better, but let me use it anyway. For the narrative. La 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 la. Go. Marks are aloe vera drinks popular in Chile. Sorry, I doxed you. Is that bad? Sorry. But are aloe vera drinks popular in there? 18 damage. Damage. 48. Okay. Should probably heal after this. $744. Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil is the world tree in Norse mythology. Oh, cool. Cool. Oh, Yggdrasil. Thank you for that. Eye drops. Nope. I need an antidote or medication. Yeah, it works. Hum. Okay, so I did say at the beginning that I was expecting a delivery order to come, but it hasn't. I'm left wondering. I'm doing alright, I guess. Not great nor awful. That is good enough. I have a lot of drinks here. What the hell was I doing? I was healing. Okay. Let me use bandages. Mostly for you. What else? Also, are aloe vera drinks popular in your country, Marks? Is that a thing in there? And I pronounce it aloe vera because that's kind of like the pronunciation in my mother tongue Spanish. I'm still healing? Okay. Yeah, I'm still healing. I'm a bit out of it. Hang on. Let's go. Someone help, please. Okay. If you ask so nicely, how could I say no to that? Although I'm wondering how to go about it. Guard. I mean, shame shot. Almost hit Claire. Let's see. My throat feels so good. Like, it's even better than before getting sick. Oh, okay, hang on. It didn't register that it didn't die. Hang on. A machine tackle? Yeah, because I don't have any ammo. For the... Let me reload. Okay. Perhaps there isn't a time limit? And the other fella just died because they were supposed to. I hope so. Okay. Free Claire from the fungus. I thought I was done for. I've never been so scared in my life. I don't know how I can thank you. I'm a carpenter. I was hired to expand some of the apartments when I got trapped down here. It's not much, but I found this. You should have it. Own it, breastplate. Okay, cool. Later. I heard some others further in. Please try to rescue them if you can. Back at the entrance. Okay. And breastplate, let me see. 20 defense. What the hell are we about to fight? The devil itself? Oh, wow. Okay, hang on. Let me get this. More HP and stuff. Well. Holy shit. That is stanky as fuck. That is stanky as fuck. Let me drink some of my drink. That is stinky as fuck. Holy shit. Holy cow. And other animals. 38. I cannot believe it. Anyway, put it on, baby. Put it on. And as for the HP thingy, maybe for you. Max HP, 50 bleeding resistance. I wouldn't say so. Okay, now let me heal. Holy cow and other animals, I'm gonna steal that. Hell yeah, you shoot, you shoot. What the hell was I gonna do? Oh, tonic, I guess. To whom? Yeah, I don't know. I think I'll chill for now. Okay, and now I have to go back here like so. Yeah, like so. And I get the disc that I wanted. Neptune disc. Nice, nice, nice. Always good to have more discs. But, I gotta split, but I might be back later. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Thank you for passing by. Take care of yourself. La 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 la. Hang on. I got stuck. Okay. I go like this. Oh yeah, and now I have to go like this. No, that's not it. Need it to Oh my god, I have to go the whole thing again. Uh, dun, 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 dun. Yeah, like this. And I go to the double thing. Uh-huh. Wait, is that where I have to go? Yeah, that's where I have to go. Oop. Okay. Oh, hey. um, hang on. I didn't. I avoided the monster that I had to kill first. Shit, okay. I don't know what to do in this case. I guess I'll just kill it. Hello, ma'am. I will kill you and stuff. La 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 la. I don't think I was prepared for this. I don't want to die. Can I escape? I cannot. Okay. Let me see. Let me see. Let me check. Let me check what we have here. So it is kind of plant. I would say I'm not an expert in the area, but I feel like fire damage would be good. Fire damage. Okay. Fire damage. Fire damage. Okay, let me think. What do I want to do here? Bleeding. Bleeding, bleeding. High chance of bleeding. I think I want to do this first. Get some stats. Get some debuffs on it. And what about you? You have the C, so you should definitely use it. Power. Love of poison, saturated saliva. Kind of poison strength. Sounds good to me. Special. You are special. Let's do. I guess let's do. There's non element resist, cures and prevents stuns. Okay, so I can only do one of these at a time, I think. Well, let me do double time. I think that would be more productive. Okay, let's go for it. Double time. Good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. There is no music at all. I mean, there is music, but it's like super quiet. Okay, so I'm about to die. Apenu, can you share your lunch, please? And let me start. Okay, no. Let me attack you normally because I have like the high attack points. Do I have? Yeah, I have a Molotov. Fire damage. That's good. That's good. What else? Can I do anything else? No, I think I'll just attack. And where's my shared lunch? Can I not do that? When I have a ranged weapon? Okay. Then let me save the most important one. Tonic to summon. 71 damage, 113 damage. Really good, really good. Molotov. Weakness. Yeah, I knew it. I knew it. I simply knew it. Okay, let's keep at it. And I can still use the C's. And da 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 da. Ba da ba 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 ba. What can I do? Aim shot. Yeah, good damage. Oh my gosh, that was very fast. Wow. Okay. Mycelium Cloak. I am interested in what that is. The hell is that? Accessory. Protects from stun and paralysis. Ooh, oh, that's really good actually. Warm of pair of mittens. Plastic globes. Oop. Wow. That was pretty fast. That was pretty quick. What does this do again? Okay, damage. Okay, so let me heal. First of all, I need to heal. I don't have any. He's for him. Uh-huh. Also, I feel like I should be talking more to Audrey. I do have like the coins, but I've never do. And the monster. Very sure this thing can die, but it's not moving anymore. The monster disappeared, which is good for us. Really good for us, I guess. We can just go back. Okay. We can simply go back. I got the disc. I beat the boss. I am so done with this room or apartment or a section. I need a shortcut. Hang on. Aha. We get a key, although we already have the pick lock. Pick locker. Lock. Okay. Most important of all, though, we get a shortcut to this place. Yes. 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 I think this is a shortcut. Oh yes, it is beautiful. Hell yes, hell yes, hell yes. I am a fan of this game. I am simply a fan. Let us go home. You hear a small chirp. Okay. That's fine. Thank you for letting me know. You are allowed to hear chirps. You are allowed to do most things. In fact, in this day and age, you are allowed to do anything you want. But tinkle on your shoulder. That is good. You were away for a while, but danger was exciting. Okay, so first of all, we should heal. As in cook. We need to cook. Na 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 na. So we do raw chicken. Bread. I do enjoy this game. I haven't played it. Hell yeah. That is good. Let me get my drink. Yeah. Dude, if all water tasted like this, I would love to hydrate. With a roast chicken. Good, but could use some sides. You share the food with 3 people. Oh. Papinu. Again, I don't know how to pronounce this. But Papinu lovingly holds his mop, admiring it like a proud parent. He reverently strokes the handle as he turns towards you. Deputy, have I told you about my blade? My... Again? No idea. Joyeuse. Joyeuse. Joyous. I don't know. You see, this is more than just a mop. It's my weapon in the war against entropy, chaos, darkness. It was given to me by my father, and to him by his father, and so on, all the way to Charlemagne. Words. And so it falls to me to wield this mop against the darkness, as so many in my line have. That was epic as fuck, dude. Ernest, you need to heal yourself. You need to get better. You need to get good. I want to buy stuff. How much money? 376. That ain't much. Actually, we might as well just check the shop before saving. If not, yep. You hear her whistle a tune. That is cute, depending on who does it. If it's Thibault, then it's cute. If it's Pine, then it ain't. Then it's simply ain't. This is a store. Where am I going? Huh. No, it isn't. I forgot. This is the store. This is the store. Hi again. I have new items, and I restocked some other items too. Take a look. I am merely interested in these. And the other things. Haggle. Haggle. Haggle again. That is a good haggling. Oh yeah. What is this? Elixir. Haggle. Beautiful. I can haggle even more. No more patience. Okay, cool. Buy elixir herbicide. I will buy it, no matter the price. What is this? Just guard. Nope. Not of my interest. A game. Reptile football. I did not get this game last time, so let's play it and see what it does. Okay, good stuff. Good stuff. For $48, motherfucker, what the fuck? What the hell is this? What are you smoking? Okay, let's go back. You know, there's so much silence in this game. I need to hum the melody myself. Okay, so what did I do? What did I do? I bought some stuff to heal. I remember that. Yeah, we still need to make a sandwich or something for Ernest. I would say sandwich, but frozen might be fine. Becky, veggie, Becky, veggie, Biggie, veggie pizza, pizza with veggies, veggies. Veggie sounds cooler. Alrighty. It's been so long since I last streamed. I am simply hyperactive. Vegetarian pizza. Does he heal if we sleep? But it's like, yeah, 13:56. Audrey and Sybil are talking. That is beautiful. You're oven. You're over. Alright, pizza bites with nothing. 12 leftovers, good. Huh, I guess. Maybe it's time to do something about this infestation. I guess we should. There is a roach in here, after all. I lie. There is not a roach in my inventory. I thought there was, though. Anyway, we've got a coin collection, so we crack it open. And now we have coins. $5 coins, 15 quarters, 13 dimes, 15 pennies, 4 nickels. We can talk to Audrey. Let's talk. And let's kill you. Dang it. Use vending machine. I'll add a dollar coin. I want some advice. Ask about floor 1, ask about her. What happened to you? Do you eat coins? Can you not move? Tell me about you. Need any help? Need any help? Sure. Could you buy all of my juice boxes? They're too small for my storage compartment and jiggle around. Whenever I move, it's annoying. Okay, I guess I will. I'll get a lot of stuff. So, color, first of all. I'm not sure if I can buy everything. I don't think I have that much money. Lemon soda. Lemon soda sounds nice. I don't think there's lemon soda in here. But there is aloe vera drink, so all is good. All is simply fine. Okay, hang on. Got a nickel. Oh, okay. And this is worth 10, so let me just put 9, well, 10 in there. Well, I guess I could put a nickel to make it even. A lemon soda, and that's all. I don't have enough money, but I do have a lot of lemon drink and cola. Cool stuff. So I don't want to heal. I don't want to heal Audrey. She has too much health, and I don't have many healing items, so I'll just save like this. Anything interesting happen? Lack. Thick mold filling the basement. That sounds like a nightmare. The boiler room is down there. That must be keeping the place warm and humid. I wonder if some of those spores from the fungus lair wafted up here somehow. I've been feeling somewhat loopy lately. Or maybe it's just everything. Well, that wasn't too bad. Have a good evening. I shall. Anyway, so let's go to the shortcut that we just got. That we just found. And I will keep thinking about the things that I want to just talk about today. Because when I was starting out on like streaming and everything, let me take this. On like streaming and everything, I used to watch a lot of those videos, like what to say when streaming, or how to get more followers or whatever. And apparently people have lists with things they want to talk about when streaming, and I always completely forget to do that. Oh my fuck. I forgot about that. Okay, tire stack. Let's tire it out. But what was I saying? Yeah, I did like a list in my mind of things that I wanted to talk about today, but I was kind of lazy to write it down, and I just forgot about like everything that I wanted to talk about. Oop. But I will remember eventually, like gradually remember the things. I know I will. I know I will. I believe in myself. I believe. Anyway, this guy's taking a little bit of time. La 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 la. Okay, there we go. Also, I'm still, well, it's still pending the YouTube channel to upload my VODs and everything. I should be doing that already. So let me start with this VOD. Let me start with this VOD. I will download it and upload it to YouTube. Okay, let's kill these all, because it's important to have safe space to walk on. So we kill every single thing that comes at us with the intention of attacking us, because I don't feel safe around them like so. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. They are stronger than I would have expected. I am worried that maybe we won't, like, in this day we wouldn't be able to beat the, was it like death itself or something? The battle that goes to hell and everything. And since we should heal before that, right? I mean, there isn't much. Okay, let's just go. Hello. And what the frick was it saying? Like the hell battle. Yep. Yep. Uh-huh. That's it. That's what I remember. Okay, so you have organs. I will deep cut them. Underbody. What else? Refreshments. We don't need refreshments. Did a burst of coins, damage based on ballistics. Machine tackle. Sounds cooler. Lip and range. Aim shot, definitely. No damage. 29 damage. 163. Beautiful. That's not much damage. That's cool. Okay, let me do this. And let me keep doing that. And let me do this. And do that. And that should do it, I feel. Nope, never mind. That will not do it. Maybe next turn. Perhaps. Oh, sheesh. That's fine. We have stuff to heal him later. So let's keep mashing later. Would it be later? Elixir. Later. Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Nah, let's do it now just in case. And let me use an explosive, since I think that would be useful against you. Wouldn't it? Reload it. I don't want to reload it, but yeah, I guess I have to. Yahoo! Explosive. No way, that's not the weakness. That's not its weakness. It is literally a car, my friend. How come? How come? Hack and slash or cleave. Nah, this. And let's just keep doing machine tackle. And as for this, feedback, I guess. Nah, normal attacks. And normal attacks again. Aim shot. Okay, it resists that. It's crazy. Oh, weakness. Piercing. Okay, I get it. I get it. I get it. Oh. We need a healer. Okay. Well, I'll just attack normally. What the hell can I do besides that? Okay. This should do it. I would say so. Oh, yeah. There we go. Mosquito knife was damaged. Do we have any duct tape? No, we do not. But we need to heal. Hang on. Oh, leftovers. Yum. Yes. Oh, they're really good. Did not expect them to be so good. And I will still not. I don't think. I still want to. Yeah, because that's not much. Like, that's not 40% at all. It is not counting like the items that she has equipped. Okay, so what about the car key? We don't have any car keys. Where the hell did we get it last time? We have a lot of discs. That's good. I don't remember where we got the car key. That is such a shame. That is such a shame. Let's continue going though. Let us fight the enemies of the parking lot. Okay. Excellent hit. Roadkill. Full name. That is not a lot of damage. Not a lot of damage. Hang on. Let's do normal attacks and you do the double tap thing. Okay. Okay, there we go. This should do it. I can see it, I can see it. Oh well, double miss. Okay. Oh, they are blinded, so makes sense. Okay, let's do it again. Oh. This is taking a long time. Holy shit. Perhaps I should lock in. Okay, yep. I've grown tired of this battle. Ashen Sheen. Yep, let's go. Oh, well, there we go. Okay. Oh, hey, there's a door here. I never in my life have I seen this room. A simple key. Cool stuff. Let's walk here. I'm a bit scared. Is this where the baby has to be or something? Like the teeth baby. The tooth baby. Need to heal. I mean, I don't want to use that. I don't think. Yeah, I do have another choice. Okay, let's keep going. Let us keep. Okay. Oh, police, I didn't do anything. This is cool. Okay, so I'm gonna take this seriously. This is probably good for Audrey. If she gets bleeding, then she can do things with it, so that's cool as fuck. Alright. That's a chance to stun. That would be cool. And what else? What else can we do? I think Song of Strength. Or Song of Defense. Cures and prevents stun. I'm not sure. I think Strength would be nice. aim shot. Okay. One, 112, 85. Good. Okay. Let's go at it. Yeah, she is bleeding. Okay, and I can keep healing her. Yeah, I'll do that later. Now we can do this. Deals fire damage based on your current HP. May cause burns. Heal your wounds and form a protective shell of hardened blood. Cures bleed. I'll take this. And normal attack. And aim shot. Okay, no damage. Damn, I think some might die in this turn. Okay. My man Ernest doesn't have any weapon. Okay. Okay. Let me check. Frozen blood. Deals cold damage based on remaining HP. Special feedback. Yeah, feedback. Okay, and as for this, reload rifle or do something else? Let's say. Did I try to heal some? I forgot completely. Oop. Well, in any case, I don't think there's anything specific. Yeah, okay, cool. There wasn't any specific that I wanted to do. And it's not its weakness. Okay. Double feedback. Cool stuff. That is not much damage. And she is still bleeding. Yeah, Audrey is dead, I think. Oh, burn. Okay, well. Okay, hang on. What the hell do I do here? So it is not high acid damage. Perhaps not piercing. Oh yeah, I think piercing was the weakness of that other guy. So perhaps this coagulate. Yep, just do that for now. And you, my guy, you will use elixir on Audrey. Either elixir or stimulant. I'd say stimulant. And as for you, you can reload your rifle. Not its weakness. And she fucking died. Dang it. Oh, but it still works. Yeah, I remember now. We're fine. Oh, I'm dead. Okay, so you will use the stimulant, well, or elixir. Well, no, stimulant on Song. You will do what? I guess defense? Yeah, defense would be good. Oh, okay, cool. I can do two things. Back and oh, only 2 bullets left. Oh, that's unfortunate. Untimely. And Andre can now revive me. Fuck. Oh shit. Okay. I need to do something quick. First of all, Uh-huh. Second of all, Sonic to Ernest. And third of all, another aim shot. The last one. Oh my gosh. Okay, cool. Cool stuff. Okay. 35. 28. This is pretty rough. Pretty rough. I think. So no piercing. What about slashing? Although I already did slashing, I think, right? Doing... I don't know. I don't know. For now, you should use another tonic on me. Yep. And I don't have range, so this guy will start using items. Let me check if it's slashing, I guess. Resist. Okay, it's not slashing, it's not piercing. So, what the hell is it? Holy shit. Holy shit. We are so fucked. Damn. How the hell do we do this? 160 blast damage. Okay, maybe I could try that again. Perhaps I could try that again. Okay, yeah, I need to heal myself, first of all. And as for you, my dear, honestly, you can do whatever. On all targets. All targets? Okay. And what was you gonna do? I don't think I'll just do feedback. It is for you. You will do explosive. Oh shit. Oh crap. It is not its... Okay, cool. That's fine. Nightstick. Audrey looks through the wreckage of the cop car. From finished plating. Cool. That was a close one. That was quite, in fact, a close one. I didn't want to waste any healing items. Okay, let's go back. Let us go back and eat and be joyful and be joyous. Lip. Na 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 na. But I go back. There is no actual shortcut to go back. Yes, sir. Oh yeah, there is. There is. I just missed it, even though I already saw it before. Alrighty. Okay, cool. How much was this? Equal sign. Okay. Okay. Equal sign. Sign it. Which discs do we have? We have negative, which is -1, I would suppose. And we have Earth somewhere here, which is 1. So 1 -1 is 0. And I don't remember which ones either have or don't have any moons. I don't remember. And I never knew that the sun had moons, which is pretty logical now that I think about it, but I never really thought about it. Are we the moons to the sun? Do I have a roach in my bag? I do not. I did have herbicide. Why did I not open the door? I forgot I had herbicide. Okay, let's just eat some frozen bites. We need more food ingredients. We are running out of food. I am sad to say. Ouch. Sense Pine quietly watching you cook. Hang on, let me drink. Make some more. Using only one hand. Whoa. Already, I am so back. Food nerd. And now that I was thinking, remember, I remembered that Temu is now a thing in Paraguay, my home country. And I bought some stuff because it had like some sale promotions or whatever. I don't know how to call them in English. But I bought some stuff, and within that stuff, there is a Kasane Teto Ashi, which I'm very proud to say will be mine whenever it arrives. Uh-oh. Okay. My ass hurts. I need a better seat. You take it with you for later. Okay, when's later? Also, what time is it, since we're talking about later? It is 17:26. Leave it be. Okay, I guess for Pape New tomato sandwich. There you go. That's it for now. Okay, so. What the hell? I need to check my items again. Because I don't remember what I have and what I don't. Happy News launch. Can use this to take a break. Ammo build. Marble. I see. Melee, nightstick. Police baton used in riots. Good damage and quite sturdy. Good. Ear. Rhinoceros hide. Chrome finish. Shine chrome finish. Minimal protection, but quite stylish. Huh. Mycelium cloak. Okay, what else? Fungus cap. Shaped lump of fungus roughly shaped into a cap. It saps your life right out of your skull. Dun. What about the hat? Like the weird hat. Oh yeah, we killed that hat. Okay, I remember now. Anything else that we have? I feel like I should have a elegant cap. No? I guess it still bugs out and disappears. I remember that on my last save, I would get like the elegant cap or whatever, and it would just disappear. Yeah. Same thing happens. What a shame, what a shame. Anyway, so what the hell was I doing? Oh, yeah, I wanted to recheck my equipment. So, great sword. Why the question mark? A lump of fungus roughly shaped into a sword. Oh shit, okay. 43, okay, cool. I need something better then. Combat knife, 82. That's fucking crazy. 82 is crazy. Huh. Something else? So, what this gives me agility and counter attack rate, although it almost never happens. More luck. More damage. I think this is fine for now. Yeah, this is fine for now. What is this for? Fear and panic. Let me check. More damage. More agility. The important stuff. This is even more damage. Okay, something got stuck in my throat. Whoop. Okay, so this is even more damage. But I do care about my agility, so... I mean, it's only 32. Yeah, my luck also. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just thinking. Hmm. No. No. Not at all. And what about you? Chrome finish. More agility and more luck. What is this? More HP and bleed resist. And what was this? More ballistics. Yeah, more ballistics, but less agility. And this is more HP and more bleed resist. This is Chrome finish. Minimal protection. Yeah, but more agility, more luck. Okay, I get it, I get it. More agility and more luck. I don't know. I think this is better for now. No, although I remember that this was pretty useful for the spitting the can thingy. I remember like 89 damage or something. Stun, protects from stun and paralysis. Limited protection from acid, poison, and infections. Luck and agility. Nah, this is cool. Go for this guy. You need a weapon, first of all. Okay, so you can get like something decent. This, I guess. No, actually, I remember that either Venom or more Keto. Say Venom. More HP. What is this for? To act twice. Oh, which is really useful. But you can get a lot better stuff. Huh. 31 damage, 12 defense, 8 ballistics, bullet defense, 7 agility. I don't know. I'm starting to think that there are very better things for you to use. Okay, let's change this guy up. Let him use a cleaver, or maybe a spade or rapier. Spears, both are spears. Okay, I'll use a spade just because I liked it. And you don't need to be tanky or anything. We already have our friend Papanu. Papanu. I don't know. Fungus cap. Okay. Army helmet, more attack, more defense, more ballistics, more bullet defense. Yeah. Yeah, perhaps that. Yeah, I think that's the better thing from what I can see, like the stats and whatever. More defense. And what does this do? Very comfortable. Okay. This is less agility, but more defense. I'd say this. And this is more agility. Okay, hang on. Okay, let's make this guy the agility fella. Or no. Thinking. 43 is like decent. But I don't want to give him something so good. Huh. Hockey stick. Hitter knife. That'll be good for now. And pistol. Okay. Sounds good, I think. Yep. He is not as whimsical as he was before, but that is completely fine. Anything interesting happen? I don't remember. They turned into cars, huh? Sure they did. That's right. Mark the next door shut in and tell her silly things. What do you really see down there? I suppose nothing too bad happened then. That's good. Anyway, so I forgot to take a look at you. This is empty. Therefore, you shouldn't use it. Like, or maybe we can buy. How much money do we have? 128. We could probably buy some ammunition for it. I'm not sure if it's like completely necessary or completely beneficial. For now, you can have a mosquito knife. Now let's see how it goes. I'll just max. Right? I'll just max out your defense. Fungus breastplate. Fuck. It increases all damage you take. Well, this is shit. Fuck that shit, man. What the hell? 18. This for now, but I don't know. How much is this? 8. Okay, I want to see which one is This is 8 as well. And has a lot more stuff. Okay. What about you? Nope. You don't have any defense. Hang on. Whoop. Better cycle. More defense, more defense, more defense. Nope. Okay. Okay, what is more HP? 25 bleeding resistance. Nah, more defense. Complete effect to all regular attacks. Form of permittance. Acid, poison, and infections. More agility. And I would say, this is the only thing that I can see. That's cool. What is it that I had? Oh, lapis, man. Immunity to poison. Oh. Okay, so let me check the status of everyone. 0 defense, but 82 attack. That's amazing. 23 defense, which is really good, and you also have a lot of health, usually. Good ballistics, I guess. 33 attack, which is decent. Ballistics 44, which is cool. And 31 agility, which is nice. 23 defense, 28 attack, 38 agility. Let's see how this goes. Do I have anything to make? Too explosive. That is beautiful. We should make explosives every day. Use recipe. Oh my gosh, a lot of them. I love it. Oh shit, herbicides. Right. I forgot about that. I forgot you made them with herbicides. I was thinking of using the herbicide to go to the door in the basement. But I guess I'll just buy more if I can. If I cannot, then I'll just wait for tomorrow. I'll buy some herbicide and that'll be all. 1826. Okay. We may go explore a little bit more. I am not hyperactive. There is no way. Also, convenience store key. I remember. Where was it? This floor? see. Yeah, okay, it was here. We can use the store key and we can go in. Dinner plate. Okay, let's just fight the thing that was here. God dang. Oh, okay, well. We were trying to get you, so high damage. It can. And remind me, what was like? I don't remember the point of this character. It is not whimsical anymore. It is not like funny effects with basic attacks. So, oh my gosh, juice! Training with a party of 7. Hello everyone! Oh my gosh! Thank you for that, juice. I appreciate it. Oh my gosh. Heyo, heyo. Hello, Wub. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, everyone. I hope you had a good time in Juice's stream. You all should definitely rest if you need to. Same goes for you, Juice. Heyo! Blows you up. Literally. Oh my gosh. I hope everything went fine in the stream. I hope you all had fun. I guess I should I introduce myself? I have no idea how this goes. I am pretty new, so I am just chilling. In any case, I am Summy, and you may refer to me as Summy. My pronouns are she, her, and I am a PNG VTuber. Well, PNG tuber, may I say. I told them to be nice to you. That's good. They should be nice to me. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. And I completely forgot what I was doing. Nah. Aw, thank you, Discord. Thank you, Webhouse. I almost call you Discord. That is crazy. But thank you. I appreciate it. Hope you have a beautiful day or evening or both. Yeah. Uh-huh. So, I completely forgot my strategy for this fight. But let me check. So, okay, let's just do basic attacks. I'm chilling. I am so chilling. Yeah, this is Look Outside, kind of like an RPG game, kind of like a psychological horror, no jump scares or anything. Pretty fun though, pretty fun characters, pretty unexpected, wholesome moments in it as well. Pretty fun all around. Onward and upwards, you are doing great. Thank you. I appreciate that. Spit can. Feedback. Nope. And I'm about to finish the game. I think I might finish the game today. I just died. I think I might just finish the game today. But if not, then we'll probably do so next week. I need to heal. I would say this is fine. Bloop. Bandages. Bloop. Go. Good luck. Thank you. I will perhaps need it. How many offerings do you have? I think I have only one. Oh no, hang on. Yeah, I have 2 of them. I just need 2 more. You think I will be able to finish today's shoot? And basically, for context, you need like 4 offerings to give to a cult group in order to summon like a cool monster, which is like doing the the apocalypse here. Oh hey, we got a game. Myrmidon 13, I think. Yeah, we have to get like 4 offerings and give them to this cult group so that they summon the monster and we beat it, I guess. I am guessing. I technically already beat the game, but I got some bad endings, so this is like a rerun of it. to get the good one, the true one, I think. And basically we cannot look outside, hence the title for the video game. One move, you probably don't want to walk out into the street right now anyway, because if you look outside, you become a monster. That is the premise of this really cool video game. What if I want to look outside? Well, you can look outside. You may look outside, but it's probably better not to. Shum 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 shum. Blum 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 blum. Blum 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 blum. I completely forgot what I was doing. So I was checking the convenience store. I guess after that we could go to the basement, but first of all I want to heal. No, I don't want to heal. Let's go. Let's go get him. So basically, the goal that we have right in front of us is to get 2 more offerings so that we can give it to the full group equal sign. So that we can give it to the full group. That is the goal at hand. And I know that we have 4 offerings. I'm gonna look outside and become the ugliest creature ever. Oh my gosh. Well, I admire your determination, so you may go ahead. No? There are only so much I can do to stop you. You may go ahead. You have free will. And I will not take that away from you. That's how that emote sounds in my head. Bleep, 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 bleep. Show. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I forgot to say, if it isn't obvious already, there is pretty gruesome imagery in here. It's all pixelated, kind of like fictitious, so it's not like that strong or anything. But beware. I have warned you. I've done my part. And just to check, I will use that explosive this turn. Bum, bum, bum. Let me try an explosive to see if that it's its weakness. And feedback. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, this guy had a ranged weapon before. And now I can finally use the sure launch thingy. Okay. So, do a normal attack. See what happens. No damage. Sound, that's good. Not its weakness though. I am not surprised at you. I already played this game. I played this games before. Or something. Blip. So, and let me check what I can do. Perhaps Song of Strength. Random targets. Yeah, increased chance to damage weapon. Half of the target defenses. Oh, cool. Okay. Why even try? We get the buff. Oh, okay, I forgot about that. Help me, what is happening? Where are my friends? Whoopsie. I guess I had to take care of them first. Oh, let me see. Let's do the left dunk first. Bitcon. And yeah, I have a ranged weapon as well. Multi-shot. Yahoo! The shoulder. Rushing attack. gain. Okay, so oh yeah, 4 quick strikes to random targets. I like that. 21 damage. Okay. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, Adri's about to die. The cops threw me in there. I was out of practice. I can feel my legs. I'm so sorry. Let me carve. And should I heal? Oh, all enemies. Chance to stun. That's pretty useful, actually. Let's do that. Yep. 239 damage. That's really good. That is really good. Oh, I died. Okay. Explosive. Good. I feel so hungry. Eat a sandwich. I did not bring a sandwich. Also, I should revive myself. Perhaps that? Or smelling salts. I have a lot of explosives, so I'll use them. Yahoo! Okay, only the OG remaining. And I can heal myself, I think. Perhaps. Okay. Okay, so burst damage doesn't do a thing to the thing. Oh, we won anyway. Yippee! Andre looks through the wreckage. Cobham. What the hell is that? Buddy. What the hell is that? And where is it? I have a roach. No. You try to grab it, and you gotta toss it out. Get the hell out of here. Let me keep checking my stuff. Not here. Not here either. Not here either. Not here either. Not here either. Up. Up them. Perhaps it's just a material. Nope, hang on. There we go. Okay. Heavy plates of composite armor used in tanks. Resists bullet and explosive damage. That is really cool. You should have it. Okay, a lot more more defense, I mean. Wow. Oh. Me likeys. I need to heal. And I need to drink something. 1 second. I'm so back. Okay. Healing. And I think that's it. 50 HP. Yep. That is not 50 HP, but well, 50%. That it'll do. This is the door. Locked. Now let's go up. Let me get some junk. I simply want some junk. I found some junk. Cloth. And chunky bar. And it rhymes so fine. Let us fight. What the hell are you? What are you supposed to be? Whatever. Boop. Boop, boop. 33 damage? Okay, piercing damage is its weakness. That's good to know. Okay. Combat medic. Okay. And let's just keep doing normal attacks, I think. Multi-shot with this one. Bam. Okay. Bam. Oh, I'm about to die. Just noticed. Whoop. Tonic. I don't really want to use it. I don't want to use an elixir either. Guess tonic will have to do, but someone else will use it for me. And let me do this. Oh my god. Okay. Alrighty, let's just do normal attacks. I am still alive somehow. I completely forgot to heal. Yeah, heal the guy. Have any more tonic? See? Perhaps I'll just have to make do. Try to get him while I can. Oh yeah. Cool. Everything's working. Let me do that in a bit. Let me get back here in a little bit. I just want to go back to my apartment and cook. I am simply in the mood of cooking right now. Oh, yep, shortcut was here. There we go. Okay. Loop. Okay. Safe at home. You must have been away for at least an hour. Let's see. 1956. That is right. At least an hour. And I think I can go to sleep. And I can just heal that way. Be sure. So let us do that. Yep. Sweet dreams. Audrey has performed repairs on herself. Good stuff. Good stuff. 5:52, 7 days left. Oh yeah, there's a time limit. I forgot to mention that before. I forgot. I forget about it myself very often. Oh, sheesh. I don't know what happened to my controller. I don't know. I don't know, son. I haven't gotten much sleep in a while. I'm sorry. Here. Lip. Wasn't anything too stressful then. Sorry, I spaced out for a second. Should try to get some sleep. Stay safe out there, son. Talk to you later. Okie dokie. Am I healed? Well, kind of. Kind of. Not bad. Definitely. Like, that's enough already. That's really good. You have a gift for me, buddy? Seems to have a gift for you. Hold a can. Thank you very much. Okay, and we don't have anything to craft. Right? Oh, trick explosive. Herbicide. How did I get more herbicide? How do I get so much herbicide? Well, I guess I'll use it. So, it's in like I'll use the explosive. Oh, whoopsie. No, that's fine. I cannot make anything anymore. I am sure of it. Let's go to the store and see if we can get some more herbicide because I wanted to explore a room earlier. There we go. Herbicide. Herbicide. I forget what it looks like. What the hell is this? Smelling salts. Okay. I do not care for them. I do care for bandages, though. Let me haggle. That is beautiful. And herbicide. I don't think any of these is. I just bought some more by accident. Oh, sheesh. Huh. Cleaner X. That's fine. What did I needed? I feel like I needed something, but I forgot. Hang on. I forget that I can just use the bumpers in my controller. Do I have one more? Rifle bullets? I can kill the guy and get the items. The realization dawns on me. I can just kill you. I could kill you right now. If I so wanted to. Oh, and it is a good amount of items, and there are not many days left. Should I kill you? Should I kill you? What is this? Halberg. Heavy metal armor. $680. Holy. Okay, we are killing you. That is a lot of money. So we are killing you. Hey, welcome. What do you need? Buy something, just have a look on my tables. Goodbye, good sir. Oh, whoopsie. Oh my gosh. Okay, attack. Yes. Hey, what gives? Are you rubbing me? Oh. This is it. I hope this is a good impression. A good first impression. my morals. I'll make it as quick as I can though. Be nice to you. Battle music is lovely. Bloop. Oh, okay. Whoop. Okay. Yeah, that was pretty quick. Hoodie, custom handgun, Eugene's key. Okay, we got stuff. And we get all of this. We get a lot of stuff. Actually, I do not regret it. We need more food items though, now that I remember. Okay, hang on. I want this guy to have that equipped. The Hubbard. Yeah, because it's like 23, 15, 5, 3, 8. 8. 12 defense. Really good. Actually, really, really good. Do I get anything cool? Yeah, did I get anything cool to wear as a headwear? Nope. Eat. Hum. Nope. Uh-huh. Okay. Alrighty, let's just keep grabbing stuff. Smelling salts. Yeah, I should have just killed them in the first place instead of spending my money first. Funny. Okay, so we have the key. We can just get in here now. Uh-huh. Oh, combat knife. That's really good. Yeah, we did get a custom handgun. Is that cool? Yeah. 10 more. Nope. 8 more? Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. That is pretty cool. Okay. Let's keep exploring. We get some soap. Now that I think about it, I was just talking about like at the beginning of this stream that I wanted to raid someone, and like I would raid someone for the first time in my life. And I was just thinking of Juice. How the tables have turned. Blip. There's a bunch of food in the fridge. It all looks edible. That's how I like my food. Edible. Knives and plate. Okay. Hum. That's an elephant. This is the elephant in the room. Elephant statuette. Statuette, I think. Okay, more chocolate. A bookcase, none of the books catches your attention. There's a door behind this bookcase. Push it out of the way. The door? Let's go. Base. Mannequins. Denim vest. Okay. Button up shirt. Okay. What is this? Oh yeah, that's the letter from the one. No, from the ex-girlfriend, I think. Let me get some water before I read it. Look. An old yellowing letter sits on the table. Read it. The letter is dated to a few years ago. Hey Eugene, I saw the article in the paper about your food drive for the orphanage and it makes, made me smile. Still organizing community charity events. That's my Eugene. I just wanted to say that, even though things didn't work out, I still remember our time together fondly. You truly have the biggest heart I've ever known. I still think that school would have closed if you hadn't donated your life savings. I still have nightmares about the car fire and how you saved me at the last minute. It's been hard without you, Eugene, but I know that whatever you are right now, I'm sure the people around you are all the better for it. Sincerely, Rachel. Yes, I hope you're still practicing your sewing. I think you have a real talent. Oh well. Elegant suit. And we peak luck. Luck pick is small safe. Inside you find 120 in cash and a ruby ring. Ruby. What am I saying? Whoop. So let me check things we got. Didn't get anything for the head. But an up shirt. Pen leaked in the breast pocket. Okay, denim vest. We got an elegant suit. Gives you more ballistics, more agility, and more luck. Interesting. Oh, and it gives you attack as well. Oh, okay, it gives you a bunch of things. Okay. Oh, really cool. Perhaps that would be useful for you. Yep. Yep. A lot less luck, though. I don't think I mind. Yeah, there's nothing here that's any better than this, so... Yep. Okay. Attack. Okay. What else do we get? I forget. I know that we got a combat knife, which is really good. Look. Yeah. How many? Oh, one. Okay. And what else? I want to see. I think that's all. I do think that is all. Okay, cool. We got stuff. We killed the best guy in the world. The vastest person in the whole universe. But we got stuff. I don't regret it. Yeah, this looks empty now. Okay, goodbye. I will not reflect on that. Okay, so we went to the store. I guess we can keep making progress in the basement. And since I remember that piercing damage was not really good, I'd like to give this guy something else. This is crush. I think this is good. Crushing damage, I think it's good against them. So we have, okay, crush. Metal bad. Yeah. I think this makes sense. Methinks. Bum 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 bum. Before we head into there, let me drink some more. Alrighty. There's flesh here. Okay, no. Nothing much to look Okay, so we were here. Okay, we can do the thing now. The door here. Oh yeah, the elevator. Okay, yeah, that's beautiful. That is beautiful. Hello. You can help him from here. He's out of your reach. Okay. Let's go to the elevator. You need to... These are the elevator controls, but you need to deal with this thing first. Do we have to? Yes, we have to. The elevator is starting to move upwards. Oh gosh. Okay, this is new. They did like an update pretty recently, and the bosses are overhauled, so this is new to me. I think. Flip. And loop. Do the Song of Strength. Electric shock. Okay. 24 damage. 29. Song of Strength. Elevator slows down its ascent. 26 damage. Okay. Power smash. Normal attack is fine. Actually, you have pistol. That's a lot of damage. Oh gosh. The brake mechanism unclasps. The elevator is in free fall. Okay. We are gonna die. Okay. Let me heal my body. Actually, I don't want to heal him. Not a normal attack though. Spit a can. Yep, and you can share your lunch. Please don't hit some. Okay, cool. Okay, good stuff. I like these. The elevator crashes. Okay. 32 damage. I think I'm fine. Perhaps. I really don't want to heal myself. What can I say? Oh, I guess that was the thing that I wanted to do. Special. I don't have a lunch anymore. Yeah, and I will not heal the fella, I don't think. think. I don't think so. Or will I? No, I will not do that for now. Let me do this instead. Yep. Okay. Still on hit. Okay, cool. Okay, tonic and batteries found. Battery? For what? For an elevator? Do I have to fix it? Also, let me heal myself. Use this. Best as you can. Okay, cool. Okay. 9 uses left. Okay, cool. And we have bandages. Okay, I am as good as new. Where to? Floor 1. Or was it the ground floor? I think it was the ground floor. Yeah. Let's... Wanted to go to the ground floor. Just save the guy. Completely forgot about him. Leap. Are you still there with us? You are. Oh. No, you are not. Okay, hang on. Let me put a pillow on my seat. You hear jingling. An oversized key ring is stuck on the monster's tooth. I guess I'll kill this guy. Why would you focus on the janitor? That's so funny. Okay. Oh, janitor's key. Okay, cool. I do want that. Okay, we're good on stamina, so. Oh, Ernest has low health. So let me see what I want to do here. Strength? Or double time. Double time. Yippee. Okay, what about you? Okay, we have a tonic. We could use it on Ernest. Probably. But I don't really want to yet. Okay. Can do like double basic attacks. Good stuff. Okay. You should still do the machine tackle. And, yeah, that's good damage. Jawbone. Okay. 32 damage to Ernest. What was I doing? This? And I guess I should heal myself? Yeah. Okay. And a normal attack. Cool. Whoa. Uh-huh. What was this for? I don't remember what you get from this. The keyring clatters from the monster's tooth onto the floor below. Oh, cool. We won. Okay. We just get a tonic and the janitor's key. And I don't know what we get from the ladder. So, cool. Yep. That's a shortcut. If I've ever seen one. Okay, I have no idea what this is. Roaches. This is a kitchen. Oh, food, 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 food. We did need food. Wow, okay. Everything's coming together. Okay, and we can exit. Oh, no, it's just locked. This is another shortcut. Okay, yeah, it is. What was this? Okay, okay. Okay, I'm starting to understand. I completely forgot what the other two offerings were, so... I think one was like a tape, like a VHS? I'd say VHS tape. Blum, blum, blum. For now, though, let's use the elevators, see what else we can do. These. For one is nothing special, so on to the second floor. Oh, some doors. Unmarked door. Okay. Okay. Was this important? Hang on. Oh, right, this is important. This is the third offering. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, hello, sir. Remember you. You find a wallet full of cash. I will take it. Disinfectant in the trash. How ironic. Tea set. Hmm. It's almost noon. Okay. What is this? It appears to contain a manuscript. Yeah, that could be the offering, but I don't remember. A quiche lamp. That could be the offering, but I do not remember. What is this? Loose sheet of paper forming what appears to be a manuscript. I'll leave it there for now. Give me a sec. Bottle of whiskey. Backgammon set. And this is, there's a half-written page in the typewriter. It doesn't seem to make a lot of sense on its own. Okay, let me turn on the light. I don't quite remember which one it was. That would be the correct offering. What are you? Are you a ghost? What are you? What the hell? I don't remember you. What was that? What was that for? What if I enter and... what was that for? Okay, whatever. Oh! This is when I said whatever. That is crazy. We are in a good position to fight this thing. Whatever it is. I know that I have short reach, so first let me throw something. 50 piercing damage. Stuff. It can. I don't think I can get it in the first turn, so just guard. 24 damage and resist piercing. Okay. No damage. And resist as well. Oh, okay, well. 20 XP. That's all? Like, this is a pretty much end game zone, isn't it? Arm. Batteries. What for? Power some small electronic key. Huh? How come the electronic key is not in my key items? Pun completely intended. How come it is not there? There were cars in the basement, and I knew that I had to use a car key to get one opened. Oh, what the hell is this? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. I forgot about these. This was Gustan's chief custodian, Tavernac. I don't know what that last thing means. I'll just take it. Okay. Definitely everything's coming together. I remember I have the car key, so I go back, and I get the janitor key when I go back. It was like around here, I think. It's this one. You unlock the car trunk with a key. There was a shotgun and ammo inside. Cool stuff. Shotgun. Is that good? Is that good at all? Both barrels are loaded. How much ammo do we have? How much ammo? Shotgun. 30. Hmm. Perhaps it would be good. So, let me... Oh yeah, but it would be like two-handed, right? Yerp. I don't think I mind. I don't think I mind very much. Is there anything that can increase your ballistics damage? Hmm. 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 Increases your critical hit rate with firearms. Hmm. I am thinking. I'm using my brain cells. Despite the allegations, I do have brain cells. Okay, 86 ballistics is huge. Huge. Oh, hang on. Oh, this is quite good as well. So less agility, less luck. But more defense. And more bullet defense. Nah, I think I'm fine. I think I'm fine. I think I'm fine. I do cherish the agility and the luck. So let's heal before getting to a funny enemy. Actually, let me go back home before doing that. There's a boss here that I still haven't fought in the save, so let me do that as soon as I'm healed out. Okay. Wait, why am I have the tendency to hum the US national anthem for some reason. I have no idea why. I do not understand myself. Oop, okay, we lucked it out. Okay, there we go. Okay, so... Oh yeah, floor 3. Okay, there we go. Like, it's such a strange habit. What the hell is up with you? Oh, hey, this is open. No, this was always open. What am I? This is open. This was also always open. There's a ghost. 35. Yeah, and as I was saying, it's a pretty strange habit. Like, I live in Paraguay, South America. What the hell do I have to do with the US? No? on a day-to-day basis at least. Wow, 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 wow. Okay, yeah. I wanted to cook stuff. We have food stuff now. Kind of beans with nothing. Just beans. Thought of you cook something new. Big beans. Ooh, ooh. We're gonna knock at the door. There is someone. Look through eye hole. Okay, you are the fella who needs health. Help. Need medical help. Exactly. I will open the door. I'm William. Oh. Let me see what I have. Well, I do have a suturing kit, but I won't give that. That's pretty useful. So, what about a disinfectant and I don't want to give you anything. Bleeding burns or acid. I've never used those. That'd be useful? Not sure that will help me. Sorry. Fair enough. Sorry, I don't think this will help. Okay. Well, that's the only thing that I want to give you, so... Medication? That will help, yes. These take care of just about anything, right? You might have saved my life. Let me give you $120 for the help. Although there isn't any more shopping, so... Okay, well, that was... alright. We are kind of healed up. Uh-huh. Yep. And we need some stamina. Okay. Bloop. 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 Okay, I think we're ready. And we can save as well. And what time is it? 11:22. Blip, 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 blip. The elevator works again then. That's great. You've probably had it with the stairs at this point. I actually have. That is true. That's so sad that the author went mad after writing down his experiences seeing the outside. I almost want to read it myself, but I'm afraid it would drive me mad too. Maybe I already am? Oh, that wasn't too bad. Have a good day. You too. And let us go fight the thing in the parking lot. Oh, no. Basement. Okay. So, what's up here? Is there nothing else that I need here? It's dead. Oh, okay. There's like this one white pixel, single white pixel. I thought there was something cool. Nope. Never mind. Okay. What's this? Okay. So healing spray and a ton. That's all we have for in battle healing. I guess like this stimulant and the elixir. Yeah, I guess so. Okay, let's get this bread. See. Okay, so do I want him to have the flamethrower? Gasoline tanks are full. Well, I mean, it is laid in front of the boss, so I guess it's good to have it. Okay, so I don't need any attack, I just need ballistics. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, okay. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I want more ballistics. Oh, okay. 76. Good. Okay. Okay, cool. Uh-huh. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. I think I'm ready for this. Actually, hang on. Hang on just a second. If he wouldn't have that defense, then somebody else might as well have it, right? Right, right, right. I'm a right or I'm a right. We have a bunch of explosives as well. Hmm. Right, okay, so yeah, you have a shotgun, so like 4 ballistics for 8 defense. The math is mathing. The math is mathing. Okay. Yeah, I think that's all I want to do. Let's just get this thing. Okay. Okay. Oh, there is music. Okay, hang on. It's just too low for me. Now I hear it. Oh, this is gonna be fun. This is gonna be fun. Start with an explosive, I guess. Yes, I'm guessing. I'm guessing. Yeah. Yeah, okay, we need to do this as fast as we can because it's basically like you either kill it in a number of turns or instant death. So, let's do the thing. Attack your enemies in a blind rage. I think. Alice Gaze. I have no idea what this does. Blip, blip, blip. Okay. Okay, hang on. It's pretty important for them to have. What did I do with this guy? I don't remember. It's very important for them not to be blinded. Oh, did I use an explosive already? Did I just do a normal attack? I think I just did a normal attack. Do I have enough eye drops for everyone? Yes, I do. Exactly 3 eye drops. And actually, I don't care that much about Audrey, so you can do something else. Eyeless Gaze. Let's see what it does. If it does anything. And you also use eye drops, since they have the shotgun and the fire thrower or some. Oh wow. 35 damage resist. Okay. 28 damage. Okay. Okie dokie. First of all, let's try to blind this fella. How do I do that? I don't remember. I could use this, but I won't. Might be worth some money. Okay, I don't remember actually, so I'll just there's an explosive. No, actually those become important later, so hum. It didn't do anything, right? Okay. My rage. What else? I forgot. Okay, range. Yep. Point blank double shot. Point blank range. Very powerful, but has short reach. Okay. Okay, sounds good. And range. Narrow flame burst or white flame burst. Oh, cool. Ammo 8. Okay, I want to try it out, so I'll use it once. Oh, resist. Okay. What the hell? Why was it in front of the boss then? Oh, the hell right opens wide and swallows you. We're going to hell. You find yourselves... Okay, this is too loud for me now. You find yourselves inside the fleshy interior of the hell car. You hear moans of pain from all around you. Excuse me. Dozens of passengers have been crammed tightly inside. You can barely move. You better get out of here and fast. Uh-huh. Audrey can't see, but that doesn't stop him. That is so funny. Okay. So now we need to be... We need to be pretty fast. But how we do this... Okay. Reload shotgun, I guess. I don't want to use any explosives yet. Oh, I do have 5. But it's only one target. I'm pretty indecisive right now. I'll just use a grenade. Anger music, by the way. Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. That works. Somehow you know where this car is taking all of you. The car is bound to hell. You need to get out now. Oh yeah. Hell yeah, we do. So we'll start using the explosives now, I guess. And you can do like this. A point blank range. And you can... Okay, you have to choose. Okay. And range. White flame burst. Okay, there we go. That looks so cool. Super explosive idea. Cool stuff, cool stuff, cool stuff. Oh, hell yeah. Hell is approaching. Okay. Okay. Well, I wouldn't think that fire damage does much, but whatever. I have to reload it. Dang it. Yeah, okay. Okay. I think this is fine. I think this turn is fine. 36. 124. Okay, yeah, it is its weakness. What the hell? Oh, cool. I think I was overpowered for this. But 550 XP is really good. A lot of tonics, many tonics as well. Good stuff. Audrey looks through the wreckage of the Hell Ride. She has found demon plating. Cool stuff. What does that do? I'm curious. Oh, okay, it's just more attack and agility. I'm not too surprised. Boosts physical attack and protects from fire. I feel like I have better stuff than that. Let me take everything off except the filthy ring, I guess. So, literally only gives you more attack. Like, 8 attack. What? This is simply so much better. Simply so much better. Max HP and protects from acid. Choo. Oh, okay, well, it's not that good. And this gives you more HP. Hmm. Okay, I think this one. Since we're going tanky with her. Okay, and I can do this. I can use this, I forgot. Okay, cool. So when my combat knife is not effective, then I'll use the other thing. This is fine. This is fine. Let's go get more prizes. We're still good to go. Okay. Wow. What the hell is this? A strange sort of teeth, flesh, and bone. You feel a heartbeat on the handle. Eyes flick open along the blade and study you for a moment. The sword seems pleased. Hell sword. Oh, that's cool as fuck. That is simply cool as fuck. So, let's use it. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy fuck. What the hell? Hang on. Reduces your max HP and stamina. Okay. Corruption damage. And 142 damage. Holy damn. Like, 87 was already, like, so high. And now I can, like, surpass that. Holy shit. Holy shit, dude. Okay. Uh-huh. Agility, counterattack. Hmm. Okay. Even more attack with this, but less agility. 40, 49 agility is already overkill, so I think this is fine. But what does this do? Okay, 30% counter attack rate. Although it never happens. It literally never happens. But okay, I'll leave it there. I'll leave it there for now. Hum. What do I want to make up for this? Okay, max HP and stamina. Okay. So we want more HP and more stamina, I guess. Right, so bloop. Okay, I'll leave that there. This gives you more HP, and this is just bleed on regular attacks, which is meh. It's simply meh. And this is more attack, I think. Yeah, a lot more attack. Like, I want to say 16 more attack. This is more HP. This is HP and stamina. I don't know. Like 16 damage. Oh yeah, no. He needs more HP. 62 is nothing. Okay, hang on. Let me get out of here first. The sound was killing me. Okay. And this is with like the extra HP now that I think about it. Like from this and this. It's just crazy. Okay, let me get this. Let me swap this. 116 damage. It's not so bad. And yeah, okay. Okay, hang on. Either I go like extreme damage, but no defense, no HP, no stamina, or I try to balance it out. I'm not sure which option I would like to choose. let me think it over for now. In my house. Okay. Yeah, let me think it over. Also, what the hell was up with the ghost earlier? I have no idea where that came from. Okay, 170. Bleep. I didn't kill the thing. Okay, let's think it over. So, I can get like... It's around 120 HP. That's like the maximum. 120 HP. Hmm... Right, okay, and this also messes up with HP and stamina. How much? 20%. What about this? Yeah, it's kind of like 180, let's say. Kind of. Hmm. Can we get more HP or something? I don't think so. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know. I don't know. Do we go extreme? Yeah, 91 attack is not something out of this world. I was already at 87. Yeah, let's go full attack. F it. 101. The biggest that I saw. Yep. Nice, I mean. Okay, what is this? Oh. Hmm. Yeah, this is fine. I don't need luck. Okay, yeah. Uh-huh. And there we go. How do you get the 2 defense? Where did that? Yeah, the helmet. Okay. And it's also the thing that gives us the most attack, which is cool. Cool, 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 cool. Hmm. Okay. Yeah. Okay, this is fine. We can make it work. In fact, I am excited to play like this. And make everyone else super tanky? Perhaps? Perhaps so. Hmm. Okay, yeah, let's make everyone else super tanky. For no reason. Yep. Um. Oh, okay, I already have the most defense here. 24 is what I saw. This, I guess. Either this or this. Lightness, fire, acid, and explosions, but hinders vision. What about this? Crushing damage and critical hits. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. Blip, blip, blip. Oh, I already saw that. Okay. 24 defense is fine, I guess. I suppose it is the highest that we can achieve right now. Okay. And as for you, my friend, you will get the full HP build, I guess. Yep. I think. Huh. Huh. Nothing that gives HP here, so I guess this is fine. Okay. What about you? Hang on, nothing. Okay, yeah, I think it's just already. Okay, go. We're chilling. Let's cook something. Rice. And X or B? X. Fried rice? I'm guessing. Oh, I already did it. Egg fried rice. Hell yeah. Oh my gosh, 112 HP. Good. Good stuff. Ason? Thought you might want it. You might want this. See you. Sophie tosses shards of a shattered dish onto the table and attempts to skitter off. Her slingshot protrudes prominently from her back pocket. I'm just going to let this one go. You know what? It doesn't even matter. It's just the dish, Bliss. It's the end of the world. Pretty soon all dishes are gonna shatter. You shrug it off. And I am simply chill. Nothing can make me rage. What time is it? 12:37. Okay. I think we are optimally I think we have the best stuff all around equipped, so explosive. We can make many bandages, which is good. Uh-huh. Bum, 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 bum. 3 bandages. Okay. Its recipe. Gas bomb, explosive, or Molotov. I mean, I can do all 3 of them. So. Oh, but I don't want to use my gasoline, since that is for the fire thrower. Okay. You sense Spine quietly watching you work. Letter. Bum. Watching the word, well, reading the word spine makes me think of Spinette, I think, from Steven Universe. Every time I read her name, I just picture her. Oh, okay, menu got small. Oof. And from what I remember, they both have like this crazy character archetype, which is fun to notice. Okay, so we may go ahead. I guess. Do I have to reload it? Nope. Uses up a can of gasoline. Nope. I'll do that when I run out of fuel. Okay, so now we can do something interesting. From what I remember. I don't remember where the room was exactly. Was it this room? Nope. Not this room, not this one either. Hey, was it this one? Nope. It is not. I forgot. The room with the writer? Not this one, right? No, it isn't. Not that one either. Not this one either. So it's not on this floor. But we have the janitor's closet, which we might as well visit since we have the key now. The keys. Get a simple key, which is meaningless at this point, and a wallet full of cash. 120. Okay. I could have used the um elevator, but I am closer to the stage, so it don't matter. Beep. A lot of stuff. Herbicide. Gas mask. Beep. There we go. Now onto the first floor. Loop. Oh. Okay, it changes here. Yeah, okay, no. There is no janitor's closet here. So we go to the ground floor. Oh no, this is a convenience store. This is the janitor's thingy. Okay. You feel a tingle on your shoulder. Some duct tape, stuff, first aid kit, a bottle of beer, some coins, good stuff. Oh, some cold coffee. We're just gonna collect that, like, deck of cards. Oh, is that for the trading card game with the fella? Some herbicide. Device to spray herbicide. I could use this as a weapon. Perhaps. Might come in handy in the future. Not now though. So, cards, trading cards. I got a deck of cards. Let's see if I can find the fella. Oh no, that was on the basement. I remember now. And I should start worrying about the thing with the writer because we have only like 5 days left, or 6 or 7. Yeah, I should begin worrying about that, and also about the roach in my the roaches in my bags. Well, in my bag, in my single bag. Try to grab it. You hear a small chirp. You kill it. Okay, second one. Kill it. And I kill it. I am a madman like that. Loop. Okay. I remember you. Oh yeah, okay, first let's do the writer thing. And after that, let's do the trading card game thingy. Okay, so it was this door. Okay, I remember now. We can just kill this guy, yeah. The hunter had come face to face with his greatest fear. Ahead of him, the most dangerous of beasts, the many-headed Hydra. The beast had not yet noticed him, or so he thought. He crept through the brush and readied an ambush. I really like this boss. Oh, do I not have a... Oh yeah, right. Hell sword. I forget. Okay. Let's just do that. Let me try that. 255 damage, and that was just a basic attack. That's amazing. Weakness. Good. You cut off the draft. Machine tackle. Excellent hit. 145 damage. That's really good. You prevent the monster's written attack. Ritter is annoyed with your meddling. The hunter hid and tended to his wounds. He knew this would be a long and difficult fight. Okay. I get the strategy now. And do a narrow one as a draft again. You cut off the draft. Hehehe. The hunter bided his time. He knew his patience would be rewarded. Okay, I need to heal. Yeah, I need to heal. Okay. Dun, da, 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 da. Uh-huh. And reload the shotgun and do another one here. Cool. There we go. Ouch. I need to heal again. The hunter had taken a few licks already, but was still confident. He would take the Hydra's heads as his greatest trophy. To prevent the monster's written attack, goes berserk. Yikes. Okay. Well, what the hell? The hunter prepared a trick to confuse the beast into harming itself. Oh no. She did not do that. If I can help it. Well, if I can... Is that how the saying goes? If I can... Oh, coffee. She'll just drink it like that. Yep. Sounds good to me. And just the last one. Okay, cool. Hunter had sustained a serious wound, but nevertheless persevered. He would not go home empty-handed. Not again. To prevent blah 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 blah. The hunter readied a devious trap that would neutralize one of the beast's gnarling heads. Oh, I guess machine type. Yep. Range, reload shotgun. Well, whatever. Right, okay, I have to do something about the draft, actually. Oh, okay. I have to use a Molotov. And I can replace this. Okay. Boom. The hunter's wounds worsened. The adrenaline kept him going for now, but he knew the tide was turning. The hunter had readied a trap to poison the beast. Let me attack you again. And... Just another tonic. Go. Goodbye, Tong. Goodbye. That was good. Loose manuscript. Interesting. Equip. Oh no, not equip. Let's take a look at it. Blank VHS tape. From the security room. I had no idea. No idea when we got this. Also, why the fuck do I have a tong? This is a blind tape from the security room. Manuscript taken from the writer's room, a loose set of typewritten sheets. Description of something you don't read closely enough to discern what. It seems to cut off, like a page is missing at the very end. So this is the offering. And this is the final page. I don't wanna I don't wanna read it. Okay, because context. There's a monster outside. If you look at it, you become a monster. Okay, okay. So, not only if you look at the monster, but if you in any way appreciate, so to say, the monster, right? Uh, like for example, like reflections in a mirror, or like reflection in a telescope, or even words describing the monster. So I don't want to get an instant death or like a game over by doing that. So let me just go and save real quick. I do want to make sure that it is the correct page, because if it isn't, and I give it as an offering, then it will not help with the ritual, right? And we will all die, basically. Okay, let me cook something first. Need to heal myself. Dude, with what? With a fish. Fish stew. It's now the evening. Okay, that looks soulless. You eat some fish stew. You share the food with 3 people, 100 HP and 48 stamina. And leftovers. We are all healed up. That is beautiful. What's new? Wasn't anything too stressful then. Have a good evening. Okay. Let's go back to the elevator. Back to the 2nd floor. And do the thing. Flip. Oh, yeah, the page. I want to read it. Read it. You skim the page, it begins in the middle of a sentence and rambles incoherently about something. Can't tell. So I guess I'll add it to the manuscript. You add the sheet to the incomplete manuscript. And I guess I'll read it now, just to check. You quickly flip through. It seems like a description of something. You don't read closely enough to discern what. It looks like the manuscript is complete. I will have to trust. That is all I can do. That is all I can do. Appears to contain a manuscript. So there are like 3 versions of it, or like 3 different manuscripts, and you have to guess which one is the correct one. Loose sheaf of paper forming what appears to be a manuscript. I'll leave it. I think this is the right one. Either way. And in any case, we have the save file. Where do we go? Where do we go? So the basement is done, I think? Alright, I just want to check something. Oh, we cannot take a look at the save files or anything. Okay. We have 3 offerings. We need just 1 more. We have the photograph, we have the painting, and we have the loose manuscript. And we have a blank VHS tape. And we have many discs. So I think math time has arrived. It is the evening, right? Let me take a look at my watch. 16:22. Okay, yeah. I think we have to go to the basement. And I'd rather do so through the stairs this time. Okay, equal sign. Yeah, equal sign. Okay, so the deal with these is that we have many discs, and we have like the places, the spots, the gaps, the holes to put the discs in. Every disc represents a planet or a piece of space matter or whatever, or a negative sign, I guess. And we have to combine them here to, well, for the number of each thing's moons to be 0 in total, or the same amount compared to each side. So we have to get here. I think this is where we get the chance of acquiring the fourth offering. So what I need to do is basically Google the Wikipedia, the wiki for this game. Moon numbers. Look outside. Planet discs, and I just review the numbers and do some. Oh, the blank disk is -1. Mercury has 0 moons. Let's see. Pluto has 5 moons. Earth has 1 moon. Mars has 2 moons. Okay, let me check that again. Okay. 0 moons Mercury, 5 moons Pluto, Earth 1, Mars 2, Venus 0. So what can we do here? What can we do here? Neptune has 16. Oh, negative disk is -10. -10. -10. Oh, okay. I think I know what to do. The sun has 13 moons. And the negative disk has -10, so to say. So sun and negative would be 3, right? So let's put sun and negative disk here. And Earth has 1 moon. Mars has 2 moons. So that should work? It does. Hooray, mathematics. And we need more discs. Okay. What is this, first of all? Yeah, okay, this is the thing. Janka, we're out of blank tapes. Get some from the convenience store. This cash should cover it. Oh, convenience store. Convenience store. We already went there. Find some junk. Okay, so they're displaying multiple things, and we have to check, I guess, the reaction of this fella. Know which one is the correct one? To record it into the blank VHS tape that we have. VHS. VHS. Okay, I get it now. A tape recorder. It's hooked up to the closed circuit security feed. Record current feed to your blank tape. Nope. Oh, this thing is looking at me. What is the difference in reaction? I have to observe. I have no idea. Okay, well, a control console for the security live feed. The feed is currently being displayed on the TV. You can switch the camera feeds or turn off the display. Switch camera or turn off the display. What does this do? Well, it switches automatically, so... what if I do this? Okay, we saved, right? We saved. I am so afraid of messing up here. Hello. Stay back. You're not allowed here. Okay, I'll escape them. It was unable to escape. Okay, well. Audrey is being recorded. Okay. Escape. Okay. We were able to escape. That is not the way to go, I think. In any case, we can kill it when we get the correct speed. So it will focus on us no matter the thing. And if we stay here, it's not like it has a different reaction. Okay, well, control console. Okay. Leave it on. Switch camera. How do I know which one is the right one? I'm so confused. They're recording. Blah, 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 blah. Oh. Okay, let's leave this room for now. I want to see what's here. Number 18. Okay, number 18. Let's review the numbers again. So we have what do we have? We have Pluto, which is 5, Mercury, which is 0, Uranus, which is 28, Jupiter, which is 95, Neptune, which is 16. 16. And how much do we need? 18. Okay, so 18. We have Neptune, sorry. But we don't have Sun, we don't have Earth, we don't have Mars, we don't have Mercury, I think. No, I think we do have Mercury, but it don't matter, So, Pluto 5, 28. Okay, I think I get what we're supposed to do. Sadly, I have to find another way to do this, which is a shame. Let me drink some water for my brain. Yeah. Okay, so we need an equal amount in both sides, and we cannot use the negative disk. We cannot use it. So Let me see. Mercury 0, Venus 0, Sun 13. Oh, but we cannot use the Sun, I think? No, we cannot use negative disk. Okay, so Hmm. Hmm. 28. 28. Oh, we cannot use Uranus as well. Hmm. Hmm. 16. Hmm. This is so much big brain stuff. Hmm. I think I need to have. I need to use Mercury or Venus, as in the 0 moons, on one side for this to work, but I'm not sure how exactly. Hmm. Hmm. Hang on. My brain is cracking up. So let's say, for example, Mercury, which is 0. Hmm. Mercury, which is 0. Perhaps. Hang on. I think I just figured it out. Okay, so. Huh. Yeah. Okay, I think I did. So, Sun goes here. And what else was it? Pluto. Do we have Pluto? We do. And then, well, Pluto would be 5. So on that side we have 18, right? And on this side we have Neptune. Yeah, I do have it, which is 16, and then we use Mars, which is 2. BB. Okay. And here we have to use Uranus and the negative disk so that it's 18. Oh my god. And we have a lot of stuff here. Okay, cool. Oh my gosh. My freaking brain. What the hell? I am simply goated. What is this? A combat knife. Good. Black jacket. Don't know what that is. 24 SMG bullets. Okay. Submachine gun. Oh, cool. Okay. Okay, we got stuff. We definitely got stuff from this. You have the flamethrower. So I guess this 37, but of course it does a lot more. Yes. I guess. 75. Well, let's see. Uh-huh. Hmm. Okay, do I want to increase ballistics? I guess so. Fine. Fine. I get less ballistics, but more critical hit rate. Yeah. And this is alright. Okay. And I can use something else. Cool. Or can I? I cannot, I think. Well, actually, I can't. Oh. Okay, and you have something. Nope, you do not. Blip, 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 blip. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good. Okay. So, I think we are so prepared for the boss fight. I think we are finishing the game on this stream. I have no idea which one this is. Like, which one I have to. Would you guys forgive me if I simply looked it up on the wiki? Feed off. Okay. What is this? Just TVs. Turn the feed on. It is looking at us no matter what we do. Okay, hang on. Let me look up how to know which one is right. Which TV feed? Look outside. Yeah. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, we have to kill the guy. We have to kill the guy. That's basically it. Oh, okay. But do we kill it with the TV turned on or off? Hmm. Hmm. Hang on. There's a must be placed on the chair. Which chair? Oh, that chair. We have to use the guinea pig. Oh my god. TV turn back on. Hang on. I should probably pause. Okay. Guinea pig mutates. The fuck? Oh, we have to kill the guy first. Okay, okay, okay. Uh-huh. Merge with the chair will remain facing the TV. Okay. And we put the guinea pig. Okay, so we killed the thing, basically. And I think we saved the security. Did something horrible to the security guard. That's not to be. Oh, right. That makes sense. Yeah. We can just turn it off. We can just turn it off for now. And we can kill you now. Okay. Everything's coming into place now. Stay back. You are not allowed here. Damn, though. Ah, yeah, reload shotgun. Spray and pray. Spray and pray. Fully automatic fire at random enemies. Okay. It's really fun. Oh yeah, good damage. Really good damage. Audrey is being recorded. That is crazy. Okay, so let's get this fella. And we can just do normal attacks. But I do want to keep using that weapon. Cool, okay. We killed it. Okay. So now we can put the guinea pig in here. How morbid. There's a cute little guinea pig in the cage. Seems to have plenty of food and water in there. You play with the guinea pig a bit. No. The dead security guard monster. It strangely resembles an office chair. There even appears to be a seat. It's facing the TV. Place something on the seat. Guinea pig. This is crazy. Okay, guinea pig. Do you want to put the guinea pig on the chair? Yes, I do. I simply do. A control console for the security light feed. Turn the feed on. This is gonna be crazy. I'm gonna stand like around here. Oh, I have to change the channel? Okay, it doesn't switch like before, so I guess so. Oh yeah, that's the one. Okay. So, okay, I guess we fight the thing. Mutates and breaks the TV. Afterwards, the current footage must be copied to the blank VHS. Okay. But they're recorded to the side, taking 1 minute and receiving the CCTV recording afterwards. Cinnamon will have to be fended off in the meantime. Fended off. I don't know what that means. Does that mean to kill it? The current feed to your blank tape. Yep. The machine records the live feed from the current camera. Recording will take about 1 minute. I'm chilling. I'm chilling. We're just waiting. Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. CCTV recording. And can we kill this guy? Okay. Hello, guinea pig. Cinnamon. How do we know the name now? Spray and pray. I love this. I simply love this. It says a prayer and fires randomly at the enemy. That is so funny. Really good damage though. Okay, can we kill this? Or oh yeah, we can. We definitely can. I am so sorry, Cinnamon. Okay, we have the 4 offerings, my fellas. We have the 4 offerings in our hands. Right? We have the photograph, we have the painting, we have the loose manuscript, and the CCTV recording. This is about to go crazy. Oh, no. Okay, so we did this. Okay, we don't have to worry about it anymore. But I know that there were doors here that require discs, so let me check. Number 16. I remember. Just kidding, I don't remember. Let me check which one. It was. Okay, it was Neptune. There we go. Okay. Oh yeah, we're in a good state. Let's kill this. Oh, you look funny. Double time attack. Oh, falling asleep. Okay. Okay. Okay, yeah, we have to. Hmm. I mean, would you want to use it for that? I don't know. I don't know. I feel like we can just kill this fella. Oh wow. Okay. We should still be fine though. We should still be fine. Hmm. Okay, there we go. Go, 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 go. I was getting worried. Our god. Holy Clod. Oh, and I don't have the ice melt salt for this, so I don't know. Guess I'll just look at it. La 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 la. So that was one. Let's get to this other one. Number 5. I don't remember, so let me check. It is Pluto. Okay. Pluto, Pluto, Pluto. Oh, cool. Claymore. Does that do cool damage? Comparing it to the Hellsword. 82. Not bad. Very good, actually. I could give you the Claymore, now that I think about it. 52. Well. And I'm not sure if I like the shotgun. I am not sure. Let me use the handgun instead, or maybe the acid sprayer. Oh no, that's a two-handed weapon. But it is cooler than the shotgun. Let's try it for now. Yep. Okay. For now, let's go back home. We have the 4 offerings. I cannot believe it. Okay. I almost forgot to get my disc back. Give it to me. Flip. Locked from the other side. Okay. And actually, before going home, let me talk to the people here because I completely forgot. It was not here. It was here. Sorry. Okay, there we go. Not this guy. I don't like him. These guys. Someone in the entrance? I don't see anyone. They told me that they would wait though. This is so sad. They did not wait for me. Well, I did not wait for them either, so I guess it is fine. How much money? 974. Oh, herbicide. I do have it. I do have herbicide. Let me get stuff. Okay, a thing. Lip. Hee 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 hee. Oh shit! I forgot that I was dead. Okay. Let's just get the guy. Anyway. Hmm. Okay. Okay. 70 damage. Audrey has become sick. Audrey, no. Oh, ew. Okay. Vomit stomach acids. Acid damage on one enemy. Based on user's remaining HP. Painful to use. Spread the disease to one target. Painful to use. Vomit. Fuck it. Vomiting. And what was you doing? In any case, try to carve it. Eee. 1 damage. Perhaps I came underprepared. Perhaps. Okay, I have to reload it. What about a Molotov? Okay, cool. We're fine. Now we get a lot of stuff. Cool. I like it. Ice melt salt. I never knew that was a thing. I don't think it is. I still don't believe it. There's salt to melt ice. The hell? Gasoline, that'll come in handy. Fly socks. Okay. Folio. What is this? That is just flesh. And now, let's go back home after talking to these fellas, I guess. I don't think I get anything from it, so no. No, actually. Don't lock the door. Good. So let's go to the ground floor and see what we can get at the bar. Like at the... I guess it's a bar. Earth. Leave it in. And Mars. Cool. Since we've got money and the game is about to end anyway, we may as well spend it. Oh my god. I had an alarm set, but it scared the fuck out of me. Holy crap. Holy. Okay. A highly decorated pickle helmet, ostentatious headgear that provides protection but also attracts attention from foes. Ideal to have a stronger ally take hits on your behalf. I'll buy it. Chainsaw. Chainsaw cuts through monsters like butter. You need a supply of gasoline to keep it working. Oh. I think that's all I wanted from you. So, oh, you need medication. La 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 la. There we go. You are cured. What was I gonna check? So, who wants the chainsaw? That is the question. And what else did we buy? I completely forgot. that thing. Oh, yeah, pickle hub. Okay, let me check. Perhaps it'll be cool for you. No, it just gives you the same defense. Okay, same defense, but attracts enemies to attack you. And who's the one with the most defense here? That is Audrey. But you cannot put anything on her head, sadly. Nope. So it would go to my friend Hapanu. Bloop. And let's make you full defense. Yep. Uh-huh. So it's only like 27. Okay. I do want to try to chainsaw. Hehehe. Hehehe. Chainsaw. Okay, so ostentatious helmet that attracts the attention of enemies. Did you not have anything that increased your defense? I feel like you did. Maybe it broke. Oh. Oh, you're gonna actually have more defense. Okay. Okay, well, that's fine. Okay. So I guess he wouldn't need the chainsaw since he's pretty much just a fence. Okay, I'll give you the shotgun. I think that would be wise. I think it would be wise. And then Ernest, you can have the chainsaw. Although you have the flamethrower. But you can have the chainsaw. I want to use the chainsaw, so you'll use the chainsaw. And let's max your attack. 89. Okay. 89 it is. 93. 97 here. 97 it is. And your agility would also be good. Oh, that's just one. Also, I need some water to drink. My voice is sounding hoarse. Okay, hell yeah. Actually, hang on. I mean, it's still horse. But, I mean, not horse, but I don't know. That is fine. Okay, so I was maxing what? I was maxing attack. Stun paralysis. Hang on. What about this actually? No, it wasn't that. Counter attack. No. It was something else. It was something else. What was it? That gives you like 50% chance of having a second turn. This is it. Yeah, act twice per turn. From 97 to 87. But you can act twice per turn, so that's a win. Okay, I think... What if I optimize you? Okay. Funny. Yeah, more attack. Uh-huh. It's fine. Yeah, more attack. Aha. 144 damage. That is crazy. That is simply crazy to me. But I think the fun will have to end because I want this guy to have defense for the final boss. Like, I don't want him to die in like 2 attacks and have to heal him all the time, so 44 minus 29. I don't know. Okay, hang on. Oh, okay, 15. Cool. 15 attack. Yeah, well, what can you do about it? Okay, what is the most defense you can have? 16, and you still have the same attack. Oh, was it 18? Well, this is good. Less ballistics, which doesn't matter. Less agility, doesn't matter if you can live, so... If you get to live until your turn comes, then that's fine. Okay, I think this is good. I think perchance this might be a good build. And I think we are optimally built for the boss. And I'll save one last time. Have anything to heal? I think so. One last time before the final boss. Oh my gosh. And that'll be the second game that I finish on stream, which is really cool. Hehehe. Hehehe. Alrighty, let's go to the 3rd floor. Feel a tingle on your shoulder. Okay. Go back. We can save, which is good. Okay. What is the time? What time is it? 18:02. Alright, let's do one last meal. Last supper. The last supper. Oh, oopsie. I have to get to my oven. What will it be? Or maybe everything. Since it is the last supper, like, I don't know. Like getting the best, like the highest cooking level or whatever. And we can get a lot of leftovers as well. Yeah, it makes sense to me. Makes sense to me. Grilled fish, I guess. Roasted fish, might be. Oh, right, because you grill it on the grill. And you roast it on the... real beef. With frozen veggies. Some beef with veggies. And a lot of leftovers. Should we do this in the morning, actually? I'm not sure if they will rot. Or, like, go bad. Yeah, I guess let's go to sleep first. Let's save. What is new? Okay, 12:26. That is our save if something goes wrong and we need to replace one of the upgrades. Just in case. Okay, so it's 10. Yeah, well, I'll remember it. Probably. Wasn't anything too stressful, then good night. Good night to you as well. How many days left? Only 7 days left. Oh wow. With like record time or whatever. Examine your plant. Doesn't look good. You need to take better care of it. Okay. Add new soil then. You look good now? Yeah. Fine. Okay. Enough talking to plants for today. Okay, cool. Let's go to sleep. Yep. Yeah, leftovers right away. Okay, yeah. 4:58. Only 6 days left. We don't need to save. We do not need to save. To have a gift for you, throwing knife. Thank you. And we can just leftovers shred it away. Blip, 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 blip. Okay. Hang on. I need to begin my day by brushing my teeth and showering. Toothpaste. A shower. Okay. You think back in that photo you developed. What could be on it? Is it really an image of it? Shower for about half an hour. Okay. I hope it is. Oh yeah, and the offerings have to be like images of the thing, of the monster outside. But yeah. Just in case anyone needed some context. Tomato can. And beans. Beans with tomatoes. Level 8 amateur chef. Amateur. Tomato sauce beans. Yum. Yum, actually. Frozen fish with... Oh, yeah. And I cannot go back. Okay. And what happens if we cook again? We already have a meal on the table. Okay. Shame though. I would hope that it would let you cook more stuff and put it on all the spaces of the table. Okay, eggs with bread or raw pork. Egg sandwich or ham and eggs? Ham and egg. Cook something new. Good stuff. Ham and eggs. Stuff. Let's keep cooking. Wait. What happens if I finish the game but I don't reach the time that I wanted to stream until? Makes you think. Bread with what? What if I do bread with nothing? What happens? You sense spine quietly watching you cook. Okay. What did we make? You feel her accidentally brush past your legs. I am going crazy. Just some toast. Times are rough. Times are rough. That is true. Simonak, how can you live like this? Even in my darkest depression, I've never allowed my home to fall into such a state. The sink filled with dishes, grime in the toilet, dirty floors, dust beneath the couch. Son, I am truly disturbed. It just kind of happened. No, I don't want any excuses. The state of one's home reflects the state of one's mind. I cannot allow any deputy of mine to live as such. Come on, Josh, or however you're supposed to pronounce it. We have work to do. Happy New makes you scrub floors for a while. And we still have roaches. Just saying. I am just saying. Beans with nothing. How could you not make something that has beans and fish? You hear a knock at the door. Okay, well I wanted to cook more, but okay. Look through eyed hole. A diminutive figure with a cap stands near the door. Something in its hands glints. Is it a knife? Hello? Oh, ingredients. Well, I actually have nothing. Help me out. Where do you work? Well, I worked at an upscale restaurant nearby. Haven't gone since, well, wonder if the place still exists. Probably not. Help me out and end return until you... I don't have nothing. Oh, too bad. Haven't had much luck with getting help around here. I'll check somewhere else. Damn. To see, well, I guess I could have given him the fish. I would have leveled up. Whatever. It's fine. How many leftovers do we have? Oh, rotten leftovers. 23 though. Of the good ones. We all eat them. And I need something for that. For the poisoning. I don't have an antidote, I think. Oh yeah, I do. We're chilling. We are so chilling. Hello. I guess I'll save, anyway. How are you doing today? I don't want to sound morbid, son. I hope you don't feel this way. But I'm starting to lose hope. It's been more than a week now, too. I've lost track of how long it's been. Things are getting better. They're only getting worse. I'm starting to think things won't get better. Well, thanks to me, things will get better. Maybe. Maybe we can rebuild the horror that people are experiencing. That we're experiencing. I don't know. It feels like every moment that passes, another door closes on humanity, ever bouncing back from this. It's like the Black Plague, but a million times worse. So was you? Like super casual after that. You tell her a bit about recent events, and we still go to, yeah, aisle 19. Isn't anything too stressful then? Well, I'll talk to you later. I hope. Goodbye, son. Damn. Okay, here's recipe. Yeah, I want explosives. Should make sure not to use the gasoline though. Yeah, I don't want to do that because we have the chainsaw that I want to use. Yep, that's all I think. La 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 la. Just making like a bunch of pass bombs, which I think I won't use. Oh, okay. Yup. So that's it, my friendos. Let me check everything we have. A lot of leftovers, healing spray, 3 elixirs, 2 stimulants, bandages, tonics, beer, whiskey, energy drinks, cola, lemon drinks. Okay, and we have some coins. Shall we talk to our friend Audrey before parting? Oh, I mean, not sure if talking or trying to get rid of her stuff. I don't know. Guys, floor 1 about her, nah. What happened to you? Do you eat coins? Can you not move? Tell me about you. Need any help? Do you eat coins? Yes, it's gross, I know. I can taste them too. It's awful. Have you ever tasted a coin? There's a drawing of a grimacing face sticking its tongue out. Damn. Let me get rid of the things. I guess I'll add more coins. I'm sorry about that. Lemon soda. 3 quarters. And a dime. And 3 pennies. No, 3 nickels. Lemon soda. And that's kind of it. Kind of it. We didn't do much. Anyway, let's go. Are there any games that I want to play before going? What should you play? Reptile football. Forget about it. Myrmidon. With Torch. Most of these I've already played in my last save, so. Nah. Let's finish it. I am excited to finish it. Let me review the equipment and everything. 129. This is the most attack. Oh, no, not the most attack, but like kind of balanced. I remember now. Yeah. 144. Yum. Nope. Let's go. It should be on the ground floor. Ground floor. Okay, let's go. Let's get this over with. It's here. But yeah, we also can get these. What is this? 29. Let me review the numbers. Uranus and Earth would be fine, but we don't have Earth right now. 29. Oh yeah, Neptune and Sun would be fine as well. Okay. Neptune and Sun. Yep. Almost noon. Okay. Battle whiskey. And a claymore? Yep. And this is what? There's nothing where it's connected to the socket to the left. I don't get it. Oh, that's to check for the numbers. Okay, 15. 15. Yeah. Hey, Wub. Cool to see you're still watching. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate you. 15. Okay, so checking the numbers again. Still here lurking. Ooh. I hope you enjoy it. Chat tab muted while the D&D session. How goes the game? We're actually about to finish it. We got the 4 offerings. We're basically like ready to battle with the boss. I'm just messing around in the meantime. Yeah. Gonna be epic. 16.5. Exciting. Hell yeah, it is. Yeah. Got this. Thank you. Lip. Okay, so, where does this get me? The bathroom. Okay, cool. And I guess, okay, hang on. Let me try something. I need to go to the stairs again. Yeah, I need to get these and go to the first floor. Second floor is, I think, the third floor is the one where we can access the elevator the most easily. Okay, there we go. We go to the ground floor. Alrighty. Blip. Blip. And we go to the fella. Okay, cool. So, what was the number here? It was 29. So, we can use... What was it? Yeah, Uranus and Earth to make 29. Uranus and Earth. Loop. And here, how much was it? 15. Which would be Um, the sun and Mars. Okay, yeah, we still have the sun. Cool, cool, cool. Mars. There we go. And there is danger here. Interesting. Never came here. First time. An unlabeled game cartage. Okay. I did not know about this, so we are gonna play it. Sorry. We're gonna delay the end for a day, probably. Like a day in the game. Let's say like around... I don't know actually. But I want to see what the game is about, so... And we have to go to the elevator. Okay, let's see. And floor 3. Okay. Okay, home sweet home. 12 games in the shelf. And we do the unlabeled one. Unlabeled cartage. There is no label on this one. Must have been scratched off by a kid. No idea what it is. Let's take a look. Let me serve myself some water. Here, try playing the unlabeled game cartage. It doesn't seem like it must be defective. Okay, on. Let me get my... there we go. Must be defective. Okay, so that's it. Huh. And let's try it again, just in case. Defective. Okay, no. I don't know how to fix it, so... Oh. We tried. Let's go for the boss. Let's save the world. And would be ground floor. Oopsie. Okay. Let's go. Oh yeah, I was here. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Jasper. I believe you are some, yes? I've heard a lot about you. I am Jasper, leader of the astronomers. We seek 4 offerings for the visitor. 4 depictions of the visitor, which is like the monster. Images, writing, anything. We are so close to a breakthrough. I believe there's still time to save mankind. Bring them to me, and you may join in our communion. Colleague Edwin lives in apartment 31. I believe he has something we may need. Huh? 31? I don't remember this. Why? Huh? 31. Which would be the 3rd floor. I already did all of that. I'm fine. But you didn't need a key to that room. I don't know. Do you have an offering? I have an offering. Okay, cool. What do you offer? This radio. This army guy figure. No. CCTV recording. Magnetic tape. Interesting. We will accept this. Do you have an offering? Oh. A photograph. A photo envelope. Does this hold the image of the visitor? Very well. We will take this. I have another offering. The painting. Which I hope is the correct one. Oh my gosh. I hope it's the correct one. A carrying bag for a canvas. Did someone paint the visitor's image? Very good. I have an offering. And the last one is the loose manuscript. It appears to be a manuscript. At glance, it strikes me as a loose work in progress. Oh, work in progress. Filled with notes and crossed out passages. I think it said. Could a description of the visitor be hiding in these words? We will accept this. We have everything we need to begin our ritual. Please join us for this occasion. Take this key and these ropes. We shall step onto the roof and behold the sky together. Uh-huh. Okay. So, for the first time in the whole game, we will look outside. And it's the other way. Hang on. Need to use the elevator. This is it. Oh, is this still the bathroom? Oh no, that was the other room. Okay. Okay. Third floor. That can open it. Okay. Okay. Okay, hang on. I forgot about the... Okay, so someone needs to have the robes. The dark robes. Not you. You're quite cool. Not you either. I don't want it to be you. 118, 10, 4, 6, 33. Dark robes. More ballistics, more agility, more luck. But less defense and less attack. I don't mind about the attack. I mind about the defense mostly, but whatever. Whatever. I guess. I'm guessing. Yeah. I think it'll be fine. Probably fine. Okay, cool. I shouldn't doubt too much about it. I've come so far. Let us go, my friends. It's locked. This door leads to the roof. Probably a bad idea to go there. I am a fan of bad ideas. Let's go. Use the roof access key. Yes. We will just slowly walk here to be more dramatic. This is it. It's the door to the roof. Are you sure you want to go? There is no going back after this. Yes, let's go. We're outside. You don't feel any different. Look at this beautiful art. Holy sheesh. Oh. Beautiful colors. And beautiful music as well. I love it. Hehe. This looks so cool. Holy shit. Wow. Okay. Hello, sir. Or ma'am. Miss. Okay. The time of judgment is upon us. I hope we are found worthy. Only a few preparations remain. It's time to look at the writings you brought us. Yes, a manuscript, the final lucid thoughts and observations of a writer who saw the visitor firsthand. Yes, I believe this says. Yes, perfect. This gripping poetic description, it captures the emotional truth beneath the overwhelming sublime. Very good. Please join us all at the rituals circle. Once our preparations are complete, it is the fated hour at last. Oh, hey, that worked. Good stuff. I love it. Oh, please work. Oh my god. It's finally time. We're preparing. Oh, I'm shaking with excitement. Within this bag is a painting of the visitor. I know it in my heart of hearts. Yes, this is his form, seen through the flawed human eyes of an artist. Perfect. The use of color, it is beautiful. Phew, this is accelerating. Alright, I'll head to the ritual side. It is there once everything is ready. Okay, cool. That worked as well. Okay, two more. Two more to go and everything will be fine. Everything will be fine. Hello. Greetings, compatriot. The time has come to prepare the ritual. You truly believe the visitor's image should be on this photograph? It's nerve-wracking to look, but I must. Oh, there is something on here. Oh mine, it's truly him. A photograph of the visitor. I'm in awe. It's even more beautiful than my dream. Very good. Lead me at the ritual side. I have an excellent feeling about this. That worked as well. Yippee! Now we just have to get the final one to work. This fella. Let me drink some water. I can't believe it. We're outside, but we're still human. Sane. It's working. The visitor protects us. He knows. You excited? We're almost there. Moments from making true contact. Oop, I need to go. Okay, I'm chilling. I brought a little television here to view the VHS tape you found. Let's see. Yes, this is it. From my vision, this is exactly right. I knew it. I knew my vision was true. I'll head to the ritual. It is there when everything is ready. I can't wait. My fellas, it is all working. We're gonna fight the thing. Yippee! Oh my gosh. Finally, after like more than 20 hours. Doing the first save file and now this one. Really cool stuff. All 4 astronomers have correctly prepared their offerings. Time to head to the ritual circle and begin. Yeah. Okay. Hehehe. You look up to the sky. All you see is thick, dark clouds above. Here we are. Finally, this time we call out to the visitor. But it's overcast. I can hardly see him through these clouds. Will he see us? He has to. He watches from light years away. You don't really think some clouds can stop the visitor. Let's get this started then. Oh, mysterious visitor, we have brought a manuscript describing your form. We seek to chronicle you, commune with you. Oh, strange Vijagger, gonna call it. We have brought a recording of you. We seek to document you, commune with you. Oh, great observer, we have brought a painting of you. We seek to see you, commune with you. Oh, dark whisperer, we have brought a photograph of you. We seek to understand you, commune with you. Heed our call. We look upon you now without fear. We want you to do the same. Yes, his gaze is upon us. Blessed day, joyful day. It is time, it is time. I feel it. We will ascend. Okay, cool. This looks so good. Already looks so good. Okay. I am stretching. Okay. Let's see what the hell we can do. How many targets? 4. Shall we start with some explosives then? And a defense song, I would say. $95. Stunned. Okay, cool. They're all stunned. And we got defense. $50 damage, 124, 79, 129. So that's based on health. I see. I see. Chaos Quartet. I see. Okay, so we need to heal. Okay. And I want to use the chainsaw, no way. It is finally time to use the chainsaw. Okay, 30 HP. I guess that would be good. What is my range? Oh, okay. It's a shotgun. Okay, cool. That was good. 224 damage. Really good. Oh, asleep. Okay, instant death for. Okay. Well, this is a lot harder than I thought. Okay. What do we do now? Only one here. I think best to do now is heal first. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay, cool. Then we need to heal. Oh, revive Audrey. Damn. I need to get myself anxiety medication. Yeah, I think this is the right thing to do right now. And go for it. Okay, hang on. What happened? Oh, okay, double turn for Ernest. Okay, I forgot he had that. Okay, go, 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 go. This is even better. Hmm. Wait, did I do the anxiety meds or what? Yeah, yeah, anxiety meds. After that, I guess... I'm not sure what to do. I think that's done guard. And... yeah, as for you, you can revive Audrey. Okay, good. Okay. Black hole. Okay. Alrighty. We need to heal. Papa Nu can do that. I might as well attack. Yeah, I'll use this. And ailment. Uh-huh. Yeah, acid and burn. Acid and burn. Balm should work for acid. 122 damage. Uh-huh. Paralyzed can't move. Burning. Yeah, this should be better than defense. Okay. 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 So... let me completely restore my health. Well, I guess let me attack. And let Audrey do her thing. Around turns, one exposed flesh, just damage remaining SP. Do not fly and burn your foes, deals damage based on your remaining SP. Okay. Do that. And as for you, my dear Ernest, you will heal. And attack. 107 damage. Oh my gosh. Oh no. Okay. Okay, so we shall revive. Yep. And Ernest, what will you do, my friendo? I have no idea. Tonic. And on Papa Nu as well. Oh my gosh. Okay, instant death for Audrey. Oh my gosh. Well, this is crazy. You got this. Thank you, thank you. Oh, okay. Progress. Oh. You won? Okay. Oh no. second form? Or hello? This looks so cool. Like the white background after the whole like very dark game, like dark colored game. Oh my god. Okay, let me just real quick heal as much as I can. Leftovers, time to shine. As much as I can. And there we go. Okay, and does anyone need to reload their stuff? Nope, we are fine. Hello. Have we achieved peace? You look really cool. We are so sorry, son. We didn't mean to attack you. We lost ourselves and attacked a friend. Shameful. Holy crap, cool. Now listen very carefully. We can retain our sanity for only a moment. 10 seconds at most. We have slowed down our perception of time to make the most of it. You are in the eye of the storm, son. Human minds cannot inhabit such an absurd body without coming apart. When we lose control again, it will be for good. Once this moment ends, we will obliterate you. You will need to run away. You cannot defeat us. But before you go, ask us anything. This is humanity's last chance to understand what happened. Do not waste it. Only to understand? What do you want to know? Oh my god. What the hell do I do with this? Oh god. I have no idea. Oh my gosh. What do I want to know? What do I want to know? What, where, how, why, is, can. Oh my gosh. Well, let's start with what, I guess. What is a visitor? What does it want? What is it doing to us? What did it do to you? What is the visitor? I want to know what the visitor is. I'm scared. Where's the visitor from? Where's the visitor now? Where will it go next? Where will you go? How? How do we stop the visitor? How do we save our world? How can I kill you? How are you holding up? Why? Why is the visitor here? Why does it do this to us? Why am I still human? Why is it watching us go back? Is the visitor a friend? Is the visitor God? Is there an afterlife? Is there a life out there? Go back. Can I commune with the visitor? Can the world be saved? Can I do anything for you? Can you help me? Holy shit. Okay. Well, I am scared. How do we save our world? This is simply it. This is the question. How do we save our world? All our accomplishments. All those things that had meaning to people. Back. Walking on the moon. Fly fishing on the weekends. Dival. Those things are over. All you can do now is catch the few grains of sand that haven't already fallen. Once the visitor is gone, before may be the biggest threat to the world. Some more questions. We don't have much time. Damn, I am scared. What do you want to know? How do we stop the visitor? How do we save our world? Okay. Okay. Shit, man. Shit. Why? Why am I still human? Why is it watching us? Is the visitor a friend? Is the visitor a god? Is there an afterlife? Is there life out there? Can I commune with the visitor? Can the world be saved? Can I do anything from you? Can you help me? Oh my gosh. Okay, well, the other question that I can come up with is, how can I kill you? Weird question. I don't know if you can. You should just run, don't try to fight. Something pointy? My eyes are sensitive. Maybe poke them out. Don't think we have bones anymore. I feel squishy. Eyes. Very pointy. That's weird, man. That's a weird thing to say. You want them to live or not? We should help them kill us. That's weird, man. I don't know. Kinda sus. Red eyes have a point. We should try to help. I think bullets might also work. I can still answer questions. Yes, we are still good. What about the other two? What do you want to know? Bullets. Do I have bullets? I only have the shotgun. Hang on. What is a visitor? I do want to know that. I do want to know. Yeah, okay. What is a visitor? It is a blind man feeling its way in the dark. But its touch is corrosive and it just found us. It's giving us a pat down right now. Hey, I think we can do one more. Dude, I'm so hyped. This is so good. Oh my gosh. Can the world be saved? That's the last question. That's fucking cool. I'll roll with it. Okay. The world as we know is over. Maybe in thousands or millions of years, something resembling humanity can flourish again. But unfortunately, no. We cannot save the world. This is a final moment in history. You should run now. We don't have much time left. You're not scared of this lion eyeball pretzel, are you, son? Ooh-wee! I eat these things for breakfast. Ernest, you're fucking cool. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm kind of scared. What do you want to know? Can I do anything for you? What, like a cup of tea? That sounds nice. I think in a few moments, when our minds have been lost, they will cause immeasurable harm. I want to die. Will need to kill us. We won't fight back for as long as we're lucid. I can already feel it slipping my mind. I don't think there's going to be time for that, T. We need to go. Now, go. We can't let this thing live, Deputy. This is our mission. This is why we're here. I ain't afraid of you, Vadio. Oh, sorry. Buddy. All Ernest could take you out alone. Another question. We're sorry, everyone. This is the end. Okay. Let's start. Or shall I say, let's send this. Oh man, I am breathing in. I am breathing in. I am breathing out. Okay, let's see. Let's see what the hell we can do here. Ballistics, I guess that would work. You don't have any ranged weapons. Okay. Let's do willpower for now. And I guess attack. There is something really beautiful about this interaction. Hell yeah. There definitely is. It's so cathartic. Like, really good stuff. I am smiling as I do this. Like, no matter which ending I get from now on, I'm like, nah, I will not be mad at all. The questions are so good. It reminds me of like the end of Majora's Mask. At the inside the moon, at the tree. Like that very peaceful interaction in the like before the end of everything. Real good stuff. Okay, so bullets. Okay. I should have brought more fire weapons. We're sorry, everyone. This is the end. Bad eyes burn. Oop. Whoa, cool. Oh, and they recover health, of course. Okay, let's do this. Piercing stuff. Perhaps that would be best. Piercing damage. Okay. Oh god, I need to reload. Okay, yeah. If there's a next time, then I'll definitely bring more guns. We love you all. Blue eyes freeze. I don't know. Okay. Let's keep at it. We do have 5 explosives, so we may as well use them. Oh good, okay. And let's do this again just in case. Yep. 97. Oh, a stun. Good. Good stuff. 138. Oh, I know why it reminds me of Majora's Mask. In the middle of the battle, remembered. Okay. It reminds me of Majora's Mask ending because of the questions. Like the questions that we do like here are kind of like basic existential questions and stuff. Well, most of them. Well, kind of. Kind of. They are questions. Yeah. Exactly. You get it. You get it. And the questions you do to the children. Yep. Good stuff. Really cool. Really cool. I love it. I love it. Okay. Ernest is no longer cold. Ernest is starting to freak out. Okay. I guess more explosives. Elusives. Oop. And Ernest, what can you do? So let's heal. And help. Oh, and this is just straight up Undertale. Okay, this is straight up Undertale. Flowey, that bus. Yep. Green eyes melt. I know that if we didn't have the ailment resist here, we would be suffering for many things. Burn, acid damage, freezing, things like that. Oh. That would be fun. Okay. I'll wait for the eyes to be open. Oh, I do have like 8 of these, so I can just waste them. Okay. For lunch? Nah, I don't need to right now. Let's reload my shotgun. Okay. The exact Exalted Four are preparing for a mighty attack. How the hell do I stop it? Okay. How the hell do I stop you? Okay, attack like a normal one. This has a chance to stun. And also has a chance to stun, but it's pretty small. What about Fleet? Chance to stun. Okay. And let me do this as well. Please be stunned. Oh, whoop. Yeah, normal attack here. 108. 141. Have a dinner plate. No stun. No stun. Fade away. Dramatic aberration. I like it. I like the name. Very ill. Very ill. Very ill. Very ill. Okay. Okay. And yeah. Apenu will have to share his lunch. Let's give you acid. Damage as well. Oh, gamma burst. Emit all radiation received as an explosion that hurts both friend and foe. Damage is based on the remaining HP. So basically, what this sees is like this option that you cannot see because of my head. Hang on, let me move. Whoa, not that. Whoa. It was my head that I wanted to move. Like that, the C's that you see there is basically like the option to, when you have an ailment, had to control Z there. When you have an ailment, basically, you get like extra attacks that are cool. And we got an ailment from the boss, so we can do the Gamma Burst, which is emit all radiation explosion that hurts both friend and foe. Okay. Well, I didn't... I think it should be fine. I am curious to see what it does. It is literally the only time that we'll be able to use this move, so we might as well. 7 damage. Okay. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Did I just fuck up the whole battle? Oh my god. No, this is fine. This is fine. We can red ice burn. We can salvage it, perhaps. Okay, well that was not very wise, but we do have stuff to revive. Oh god. So, first of all, which one? Ernest, because he has the element defense thing. Yeah. 5 damage. Blue ice freeze. Oh, that's just stamina. Okay, cool. I'm chilling. Okay. Okay, so what we do here is try to revive the new Song of Willpower. Okay. He will probably die. We cannot do much about that. We can only keep trying. Okay, go. He did not die, so that's good. Okay, sure. How do I salvage this? Okay. I have a tonic. Okay, so I think we should go to Papanu, since he is the second tank. Ernest should try to heal Audrey or himself. I think himself. And Papanu will try to heal or revive Song. And let's see how it goes. Let's see how this goes. I am scared. Melt. Oh god. Okay, cool. We had to try again. That's fine. Okay. So, what do we do here? We have 2 tonics. That is all we have. That is all we have in terms of healing, so Audrey, we will have to save it for Storm. Yeah, okay. Okay, one more time, let's try it. Okay. preparing for a mighty attack. Okay. Alrighty, so I am basically alive for one turn. Yep. Okay, what can we do here? So 40% to some, and then you can do it. Thank you, thank you. And then Papanu, what you gonna do? Just attack? No, reload the shotgun, yes. Blinded. It did not blind it. Okay. Fade away. Okay, who dies here? I know, we're chilling. Okay, we are so chilling. Okay. 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 We don't have anything to heal anymore. Uh-huh. So I can do this. Ernest. Okay. Still, best thing I could do, I think, is this. No, already bleeding, so Cross Bomb, try to blind it. Bear Hug or Kick? Nah, let's reload it. Okay. Red Ice Burn. Oh no. Oh no. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, well. Hang on. I don't have stuff to heal myself, so perhaps this? Oh my god! No way! There is no way in hell that worked. No way in hell I got it on literally my last move. With like the thing that I had to reload every other turn. The last fella alive with 17 health. Woo! Hell yeah. That is so crazy. That is so hype. That is amazing. Oh my gosh. We actually beat him. That is crazy. And this is crazy. I cannot pause. Well, I finished the game, so. Do we go up? Or do we go down? Is that another choice? I don't want to go up. I want to go back to Earth and save my people. Oh. Never mind. So this looks like it was like undrawn, so to say. I like it. I really like it. Good vibes. Oh, that's it. That's the visitor. I can still move. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh. Oh my god. What is this? Shit, dude. I'd fuck. Focus is also really good. Some. This is you. Some. Oh, the offering. What are these? Some. I'm so. Okay. It's you. Offerings for you. Depictions of you. Observations of you. Depictions. Depictions. Or offerings. Depictions or offerings. I don't know if it matters. Well, they were supposed to be offerings, but they are depictions. Okay, depictions. Depictions of you. Depictions. I don't understand. You're gonna make me cry. You're gonna make me cry, mister. What is this one song? The painting. Oh, what is a painting? But an impression. Hmm. Impression. The painting. This is me. And these? Also me? Yes, recordings of you. A video recording and a photograph. And this, is this me as well? Hmm. Semantics. Thoughts about you. Or a story inspired by you. It is not a story. It is a writing about you. Not necessarily about it. And it doesn't necessarily describe it. Thoughts about you. This is so beautiful though. Again, the Majora's Mask vibes. Okay, those are thoughts about you. It is writing about you. It describes you. It describes you. About me? I don't understand. We want to understand what you are. But I don't think you understand. We want to communicate with you. But we already are. We want to see what you are. Except we don't necessarily want to. We want to know you. You know me. Are we different? Um, You're gonna make me cry, dude. You're gonna make me cry. I am human. We are human. We are different. We are not the same. We are different. Yes, I understand now. You are you. I am I. We are separate. You are many. I am one. And I need to drink some water. Hang on. I need to drink some water. Okay. Oh, I forgot to drink. I served it and I was like, oh yes, tasty water. But I forgot to drink it. Anyway. You are many, I am one. You are destroying our world. You've hurt many of us. You need to leave. We are dying. You are destroying our world. You've hurt many of us. You need to leave. We are dying. Okay, so we are dying doesn't really explain much. Like, we are dying. Okay, cool. You need to leave. Why? You've hurt many of us. How? Well, I mean, I guess that's a fine answer. You are destroying our world. I guess that's a fine answer. If you can conceptualize destroying, whatever. So either destroying or hurt the world or us. You've hurt many of us. I am hurting you. I understand. Don't make me cry, dude. I feel something new. I am sorry. And like, I imagine headcanon time. When it says I am sorry, it doesn't say so to apologize, but it says to like express what they feel. It is not forgive me, I am sorry. No, it's just the mere, well, not mere, but yeah, well, whatever. The mere recognition of feeling I am sorry. I feel sorry. I like it. Could I go somewhere else? Stay and help. Oh my god. What are you making me do? Oh my god. Okay. I don't know what to do here. Yes, we are dying. When we look at you, we get hurt. Stay and help. I am breathing in. We are dying doesn't serve any purpose. When we look at you, we get hurt. Doesn't. Well, it may. Maybe it's like suggesting when we look at you, we get hurt. So maybe if we can find a way not to look at you, if you can find a way to hide, then we may not hurt. Yes, of course, you should go somewhere else. Stay and help. It is pretty self-explanatory. But I'm not sure how the visitor would help. You know, you're about to make me cry, so I don't want you away. I don't want I don't want to make you leave. Stay and help. No. I don't think I can. I should go. I have never seen anything like you. Not thought before. This is also new. I should go. Thank you, friend. Good riddance. Could you answer a question? Yes. What is the question? Where are you from? Are we really alone? Are you? Why did you do this? Where are you going? Oh, why did you do this? I don't know. What are you? I don't know. Are we really alone? Fine question. Where are you from? I don't know. It really just said that it began thinking like a moment ago, so yep. Are we really alone? Maybe a good question. But where are you going, I think? This is a proper one. Like past, present, I guess present and past. But this is like future. Where are you going? Now that you've begun thinking, where are you going? What are you going to do? So makes sense to me, at least. A black, cold place with nothing. Far from here. I will not forget you. I will think about this for a long time. I'm gonna cry, dude. Before I go, do you want to see me? Are you not the big guy? How big are you, anyway? I see you now. Do you want to see me? How big are you, anyway? Are you not the big I? I see you now. Hmm. Dang it. I want to do every answer like. Okay. Are you not the big I? Yes and no. How to say? This is not me. This is only a painting of me. I can show you the real me. Will you look? Seems like a bad idea. Yes, I want to see you. Fuck it. I do want to see you. I will show you. The visitor plants a vivid image in your mind. You feel very fuck that ending? Hey. You feel vertigo as a sense of sheer skill overtakes you. Your mind for a moment feels the immensity of this body. It seems there was a slight misunderstanding regarding what it means to truly see his form. This is no mere image. You feel this. You're given a glimpse of the visitor's proprioception, its own subjective experience of itself, of its own body. This was a mistake, a big mistake. Oh no. The image shifts, the scale grows, there is more. Your mind shifts in response, absorbing the information. There is too much. You were already overwhelmed before, and the image has grown 100-fold. Your mind frays at the edges. Oh my god, this is really good. Okay. The image shifts again, the scale grows, there is more. Parts of your brain are wiped clean, your understanding of language, your perception of time, memories of your childhood gone. Devoured by the ever-expanding idea that was planted there. The image shifts again, the scale grows, there is more. Most of your brain has been repurposed to experience it. Your mind still drinks it, cannot stop, no matter how full. The image shifts again, the scale grows, there is more. The visitor's image screams into your ears, fills your nose, blinds your eyes. Every nerve of your body feels it. The image shifts again, the scale grows, there is more. Every engram melts at the visitor's revelation. Synapses form and reform to accommodate overwhelming knowledge. Less than 1/100th of a second has passed. Your brain cell oh. Your brain cells implode. Their molecules reforming into something new and unfathomable. The true death toll can never be known, but nearly all of humanity is wiped out in just a few months. Shit, bad ending. No way. Oh my god, dude. The visitor left behind a terrible beast, and that is you, Arnar. Countless limbs tipped with sucking mouths devour people by the dozens. With every victim devoured, the beast grows larger, their bodies assimilated, limbs lined with teeth. Within a few years, it has spread its immense form over the entire world. Its titanic body curls around every city, uprooting trees, toppling buildings. I will try again, by the way. There's no way I end the stream like this. There are signs it may be intelligent, and some have tried communicating with it. I like the Visir. Oh god. The disastrous results. So we are the new Visir, I see. Soon its mobs become as common as trees. No one is safe. It will find you and eat you, repurpose you. The creature has the entire world in its grasp. It chokes the life from civilization, and soon it is all gone. The few survivors hiding in caves and ruins are snatched away one by one, the limbs crawling into the earth like millions of roots. The world would never recover. And the creature, it feels nothing. Its mind is blank. The end. Oh my god. Perfect ritual. Okay. Looked upon the visitor's true form. Holy shit, dude. Stop it! I want to go back. Okay, let's go. Quick. I want to get the true ending or the good ending. I don't care if it's true or not. I simply want something good. Really cool stuff though. Still, really good ending though. This game was made for a game jam. What the fuck? That's crazy. Ending for the truth. 1,000 points. Da, da, da. Cool, that was neat. Hell yeah. Oh shit. I didn't see. Okay, continue. We are doing it again. Okay. Talk to you later. Hope goodbye, son. Goodbye. Let me equip guns. Let's get him guns. No more chainsaw. What's this? Okay. Let's equip guns. And we should have enough ammunition for it. More ballistics. 47. 47. This is alright. Where Critical hit. Yep. I think resists most status effects. Okay. This is fine. Ruby Ring bolsters HP, protects from fire damage. Okay. Well, I guess I can have it with it. Huh. 55 and he takes a hand. Okay, cool. Reload. Well, reload. Okay, so we have the SMG. We have the cool rifle. Let us reload that as well. And what else? Oh, only one ammunition for the rifle. I guess let's use this instead. Okay. Yeah, okay, so only one ammunition. Well, one bullet. So let's leave it like that. How many bullets do we have of each thing? Pistol bullet 48. Good. Revolver 22 for the shotgun, which is fine, and 25 bullets for the SMG. I see. Okay. 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 What time is it? 8:42. Leave it be. Okay. And I am about... Oh, I cannot cook anything. Why do I not have my full health? I'm confused. But I guess we do have like bandages and whatever, so. Oh, right, because I got more HP now. That's true. This guy doesn't have much HP. What does this do? Act twice per turn? I don't really care about that, I think. I just want you to survive. Honestly. 53 is the highest. Let's see. Okay. Okay, so which one gives you more defense? This gives you 10. This gives you less than 10. So this will do. Huh. Huh. Okay, this is cool then. For you, friendo. Most of their attacks are area of effect, so to say. So it doesn't really matter whom they target. So let's just build for endurance. Okay, cool. Okay, so we are mostly ready. Let me just get the stamina. And guess reload this fella's pistol. Yep. Okay, so now we are ready. Do we still have to give the offers? Yes, we do. Okay, let's rush through it. But first, let me go to the bathroom. I've drunk too much water. Just a sec. Okie dokie, I am so back. I need a be right back screen. Okay, also had a head up for a sec, which is deep happy for you, and never mind. A little early again. Okie dokie, okie dokie. Whoop. Okay, so need to give the offerings first of all. So elevator, ground floor. Quickest way to get there. So let's do that. Oop. Yeah, ground floor. Oh my god, you're still live. Hi. Hey yo, what's up, what's up? Hello, Juice. I am so close to finishing the game, like the true ending. We just got an ending. It was a bad one, I would like to guess. So, I cannot end it yet. There is no way. Oh, shit. Okay. So, let's get the CCTV recording. What else? Photograph. What else? Painting. Yeah, painting. Okay, cool. Yeah. Oh, good luck. Yeah, definitely worth this extended stream. Hell yeah. It's been really neat. Hell yeah, it's been really cool. List manuscript. There we go. We have everything we need. Okay, let's go. I should kind of be asleep right now, but I want to finish this. Oh, gotta head the other way. Okay, let's go. Who needs sleep? That is right. That is so true. Okay, let's go. Floor number 3. Do we need the ropes? Do we need to wear them? I don't want to lose my like defense. I don't want for anyone to lose defense. Or is it just for appearance's sake? Let's see. Look, yeah, Trilby, I don't know. In an elegant suit. You can wait, we need to kill an angel and confront Cat first. Exactly. Like the outfit. Rate the outfit. Trilby elegant suit, patchwork boots. That is pretty funny. Rubber boots, that would be even funnier. But yeah, I was gonna check. Dark robes. Do we need it just for the looks? I have no idea. And I'm willing to look that up on the wiki real quick. So let me check. Do you need to wear the robes? Look outside. Wearing a robe outside without looking sloppy. Regarding the rooftop. Okay, let's check. Of the game, one thing I understand, when you enter, the hero looks up at the sky. There are a few conversations that lead to the fight and the finale at the end. Why doesn't it turn into a monster? Now two things. A, I put on the ropes assuming that I needed to. Never checked if that was a necessity or not, but I guess it became a headcanon. Dang it. Thank you for the answer. Makes sense. In fact, it doesn't matter if you wear them or not. They don't show up on the roof as the character's clothing. It could be something that the developer simply didn't want. Blah, blah, blah. So you don't need to get the ropes with you. You could also argue. Blah 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 blah. Okay, I think you don't need it. I think I don't need it. So let's drink some water and get in there. Okay, so. Oh shit, I have to heal and drink some cola. And I would love to save, but it doesn't seem like I can. Maybe I can let time pass by and I'm not sure. I do want to save, so let me just play something for the hell of it, just for time to go by. A button. 2 hours have passed, almost noon. Can you not change the mode to easy mode or something so that I can save? I guess not. Fair enough. Oh, what about the password? I think you spent more time on that. For 2 hours. Hear a knock at the door. I don't care about knocks. The world is ending. Play for 4 hours. Oh, just an hour. Okay. Hear a knock at the door. Evening. 3 hours. Sleep can wait. We need to kill an angel. Oh, hang on. I just reread the same message. That's my bad. Okay, so what time is it? I may need some sleep, but that will not stop me. 20:42. Yeah, I can sleep now. Girl is tired. I am tired. Some leftovers. Oh, oopsie. It's my bad. I have rotten food in my bag now. Okay. Yeah. Okay, whatever. I'll just save. Hi, how are you doing today? Hey, Sam. What do you want to be when you grow up? I can't remember. A spy, an astronaut, an office worker, a teacher, a gamer. An astronaut, right? Yeah. That sounds amazing, being up there in the stars. I've been thinking about it recently, but I can't remember. It's like everything that happened before this, it's all been wiped out of my brain. I get these images of the sky in my head. Maybe I wanted to be a pilot or something, or a meteorologist. Meteorologist. Oh, just look at the sky all day, the stars, like an astronomer. Sorry, that was weird. So, what's new? Anything interesting happened since we last spoke? I just slept, but I've woken up and I want to kill God. Jasper. I think I know that name? No, I'm sorry, I can't remember. On the roof, you say? Sounds to me like they're insane. You're not going to go, right? Well, that wasn't too bad. I wonder what the stars will look like tonight. Can people still see them out there? Sorry. Talk to you later, Sam. I love you, Saibo. Goodbye. Oh, my plant. Hang on. Examine it. Looks dying. All dried and wilted. Might still recover if you take care of it better. I don't see much meaning to this, but I will water it before going. Okay, so you do have a gift for me, so what can I do? You know, what can I do except accept it? Thank you for the soap. Let me brush my teeth and take a shower. That's how you start a day, any day. You feel great. Take the last shower. Your mind wanders to the apartment building itself. It sustains so much damage on the inside. How is it on the outside? Oh, I need some water. It is it still structurally sound? Will it be able to stand for much longer? You shower for about half an hour. You have soap. You have soap. Okay, let's go. Also, I need some water. There are so many roaches in my house. Need to get out of here. Need to get some fresh air. Oh, I wanted to go to a rooftop. Locked. Okay, so we don't need to walk dramatically now. All this time. The door to the roof. I am sure. Let's go. Love the breathing sound effect. Okay. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's run. Let's get it. You don't feel any different. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. You got this. Thank you. I appreciate you. We have guns this time, so. Okay. Thank you. Let's go. The guy brought a little television. That is so cute. I brought a little television. Okay, we go through here. And the last one, last offering. Okay, let's go. Go! I already read all of this, so... Okay, so first of all, what we're gonna do is use all of our explosives. It's time, it is time. Okay. Okay, we still have 4 of them. Okay. Alrighty. Take care, take care. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, okay. Damage. Oh, okay, this... I remember this. Okay. So. We have a healing spray and we have tonics, elixirs, stimulants, smelling salts, and we have Babanu's lunch. For now, I think we're good to proceed with the explosives. Wait, there are only like 2 grenades. So 2 grenades and black cloud bomb should be fine. And a Molotov. Oh shit, yeah, the ailments. I forget. Okay, we need the ailment defense or ailment whatever. Well, Ernest is panicking. Papa News that is dead. Okay. Okay, what do we do here? Spray and pray. That is so hilarious. I fucking love this. Okay. Okay, what do we do here? What do we do here? First of all, get Papa New on his feet. Okay, back. Hey yo, hey yo! Alright. Okay, stimulant 50. Okay, I want to save that for later. So what do we do here? Can we beat it just with 3 people? We can definitely try. I want to say bullets, but let's see if it's already their weakness. Let's see. No, it's not their weakness yet. This thing is mesmerizing. Yeah, and it gets even better. You have no idea. You have no idea. Okay, Ernest needs anxiety meds. Which is a hilarious thing to say. But it is true all the same. Get chill. And guess okay, yeah. God dang it, Audrey fell asleep. Okay, cannot give the anxiety meds to Ernest. Everyone's paralyzed. Okay, still living though. Oh god, okay, cool. Right, I'm loving the looks of this game. It is absolutely, absolutely beautiful. Okay, cool. Let's heal. Okay, yeah, we need to heal. And reload this pistol. Okay, let's see. First aid kit for Papanu. Bandages. And for you, doesn't really matter since this only works outside of battle, so should we use anxiety meds? Sure thing. Let's chill. And do you want to use this? I don't know. Last time that I'll use anything. Take some whiskey. Okay. Nothing else that we can use? I don't think so. Okay. Slowly, I am getting ready. Okay, equip. Anything that I want to change? Combat knife, SMG special. I don't think so. Armor. No, I think this is it. think this is it. Wish I could save. Anyway, let us ask different questions this time. Now listen very carefully. You are in the eye of the storm. Humanity's last chance to understand what happened. It's pretty better. Yeah. Okay. We already asked this. What it wants, it's kind of obvious. So the visitor is like a blind person that is just trying to find its way, find its path. And we were in the middle of it. What is it doing to us? What did it do to you? And for what it does, I can kind of understand like what happened before when we perceived it. We basically became like a monster, repurposed to understand what we were perceiving. So yeah, that's why we turn into monsters, to be able in some way to assimilate what the visitor is. Where the visitor is from, where's the visitor now, where will it go next, where will you go? How do we stop? How do we save? How can I kill you? Already asked these two. How are you holding on? How do we stop the visitor? Why? Why am I still human? Why is it watching us? Is a visitor a friend? Is the visitor God? Is there an afterlife? Is there life out there? And can I commune with the visitor? Can the world be saved? Can I do anything for you? Can you help me? Help you what? You are already starting to change. I can see it. You have two choices. You can kill us or you can run. Killing us might be better for humanity, but running is better for yourself. Ask more questions. We don't have much time. I think... How can I kill you? How are you holding up? Okay. With which question was it that they offered to help us? Was it with can the world be saved? The world is no, it's over. Maybe thought something. Oh, whoopsie. Oh, let's attack, I guess. Let's go for it. I'll ask more questions. Never. What I meant to say is that I'll probably watch YouTube to see the answer to the other questions because it's really cool. But we don't have time. We have to kill this fella. I guess perhaps if you can make it blind, then that'll be beautiful. And element resist would be best. Ranged. So let's start. Hell yes, dude. This feels good. You should not do this. Once we lose control, we will pulverize you. You need to go. Now, go. Nah. I'd win. Pray and pray. And gotta keep going. That is all. Oh, where's the piercing? There we go. Ranged. Multi-shot. And reload shotgun. We're sorry, everyone. This is the end. This is so much damage. There is such a difference to the first time. Holy shit. We love you all. Hee hee hee. Ice burn. Okay. Okay, is there anything that I can do for you? And why is Ernest burning? Let's see. Anything that you can do, friendo? I guess... Okay, yeah. Go, 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 go. Range, multi-shot, and reload. Okay. Reload. And... I think this is fine. Can help. Hell yeah. Oh my god. Okay. There we go. As easy as that. Hang on. Give me just a second. Okay, I'm back. There were just many mosquitoes. I needed to spray some insecticide, I think how you call it. Anyway. Now, time to ask the right questions and say the right things. Huh. Black space. Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, I remember. What is this? Hee I can move. Oh my god. Um, this is you. Son. What are these, son? Offerings for you. For me. Offerings. I don't understand. What is this one, son? It's a painting. This is me? And these? Also me? A video recording and a photograph. And this is this me as well? It's a writing about you. About me? I don't understand. We want to communicate with you. You communicate with me. Are we different, son? We are different. Yes, I understand now. Who are you? I am I. We are separate. You are many. I am one. You are destroying our world. I am hurting you. I understand. I feel something new. I am sorry. Should I go somewhere else? Yes. Yes. I need to go. You are not safe with me. I should go. Never seen anything like you. I have not thought before. This is also new. I should go. Thank you, friend. Friend. Yes. I will not forget you. I will think about this for a long time. Before I go, you want to see me. I see you now. Oh, pretty. This is an apple. Yeah. It's really beautiful. I see you now. You do not. How to say, this is not me. Oh my god. Holy shit, my controller. Okay. Seems like a bad idea. Okay, so we did, yes, I want to see you, and basically we got a bad ending, so seems like a bad idea. Maybe it is too much for you. Goodbye, son. Spend more time in the visitor's awesome presence until finally it departs. You're unsure how much time has passed. Seconds, minutes, hours, days. As you drift back down to Earth, you feel as though you've been in a daze. Slowly realizes how much your interaction with the visitor has changed you. Suspended in the void as you were, you had no idea that you'd grown to such an immense size. You gradually become aware of dozens, no hundreds of enormous new limbs stretching in all directions. The monster of before, like the bad ending. Fear begins to set in. Every limb branches into dozens more, then branch again into long, flexible fingers. The fear turns to panic. There is too much happening all at once. Every enormous fingertip pulses with strange new senses, like 1,000 little antennae. Antennae? I don't know. Capturing unfamiliar signals. You are being overstimulated, buddy. I get it. You feel their skin ripple like water. There is movement under the surface. Thousands of openings yawn open at the tips of your tree trunk-like fingers. Inch-thick tongues unfurl out of every crease and fold. You must have thousands of these tongues, each like a little worm covered in sensitive, fleshy bristles. Okay, so let me just point out, pun intended, that in the bad ending we were looking from the inside out. Now we're looking from the outside in. Interesting thing. We're zooming in rather than zooming out. Interesting thing indeed. You must have thousands of these tongues. Oh yeah. Okay. Hang on, not bristles. You can see out of these. A trillion pinpricks of light. Eye stalks covered in sensory cilia. This is too much. You can't keep track of all this. No. They're not just eye stalks. They have mouths too. Noses, tongues, hands. Why? Your mind is a tiny ship in the middle of an unfathomable ocean. Your cells battered by tempests of sensation. You take a deep breath, inhaling from a cluster of holes where your face used to be. Out of habit, you suppose. A deafening whistle erupts from all around you as you exhale through 8 billion spiracles dotting your colossal form. You feel as though the entire world heard you exhale. You take another breath and another. The storm has abated. Somehow, miraculously, the ship remains afloat. Oh, good lord. Okay, cool. It will take a very long time for you to get used to this grotesque new body, but at least for now, your sanity remains miraculously intact. Oh man. The true death toll can never be known, but nearly 1/4 of humanity is wiped out in half a month. 1/4. You use your considerable new powers to help your fellow humans however you can. Hell yeah, good ending! I hope. You become quite adept at performing hundreds of tasks at once. Oh my god. Oh my god. Others hesitate to trust such a grotesque creature at first, but your reliable help quickly extinguishes their misgivings. Oh my gosh. Rescuing hundreds from collapsing ruins and helping in reconstruction, you become a beacon of hope in this strange new world. Every day your form grows despite not needing any sustenance, and you quickly put your new gargantuan limbs to work. Within a few years, you become known as the protector of Earth. With your tectonic body having spread over the entire world, you have had a hand in the reconstruction of almost every city on the globe. City governors petitioned you to grow in their direction to help in their repairs, and you received dozens of honorary citizenships. And part of your body is always attending some kind of ceremony somewhere, cutting a ribbon with a novelty pair of giant scissors. You also have a very different perspective on the world now that you're everywhere. Your limbs become as common as trees. Thousands have one-sided conversations with some part of you every day, talking to the clump of some limbs in the backyard. Me when I become a ultra celebrity of the world or something. I don't know. Confiding in you like you were an old friend, you hand out handshakes or hugs when needed, but mostly just listen. This is beautiful. The earth feels small. People feel familiar. The way you embrace it with your countless limbs, it almost feels like you're holding it in your hand. Oh God. As different as you've become from them, these are your people, your friends, and you will do anything for them. And it only takes a few years for the world to fully recover from its encounter with a visitor. You did not do everything yourself, but you were certainly a big help. This great cataclysm even seems to have brought the world together. There is a lot to grieve, but there is also hope for a better future. The plot twist. Oh, there was like a plot twist on a plot twist. That was really good. This is really good. I love this game. Fuck. You are surrounded by friends. It feels good. You are very happy. Alrighty. Alrighty. Game mode normal, multiplier 2x. Final score 7500. Rating SS. S as in Subnary, by the way. Alright. Okay, that was really good. That was really good. That was really good. That was really good. I am still digesting all of this. I have no idea. Yeah, I loved it. Like the battle system, fighting gameplay, really good stuff. I like the discs. I like the concept. I like the art. Yeah, I liked everything basically. Only thing that I didn't like, saving system. But I guess it makes sense as well, kind of. But yeah, this game, like the characters, the wholesomeness and the interactions between them, it was such a neat game. Hell yeah, definitely. And like, I enjoyed watching. I'm glad. And this is like the only the last 6 hours of the game, you know? Like there was so many like wholesome interactions, the whole process, like the whole way. Really good stuff. Like so much light in the darkness and stuff. Nice to meet you, Sumner. Likewise. Thank you for passing by. I appreciate you being here, definitely. And of course, I appreciate everyone who passed by here today. And I appreciate Juice for the raid, of course. And just for being a cool fella. I have no idea if I have a shoutouts command set up. I don't think I have it. But who needs a command when you have a voice, you know? Thank you so very much for stream. Take care and stay awesome. You as well, you as well. You as well, take care. Thank you for passing by again. Alrighty. Which has their own built-in. Oh, cool shit. Okay, we're doing it. Alright, thank you for that. Holy. Let's do it. It is kind of like tradition, I'm supposing. Go bloop. Bloop. Did that work? I don't think it did. Hang on. Is it like SO? Bloop. Juice. Hang on, I did an exclamation mark. I'm a bit tired. Hang on. Shut up. And oh, without the okay, got it. Yeah. Without name. Okay, juice box. Oop. TV. I know you're shouting out does not exist. Hang on. Holy hand. I am so close to doing it. Oh, it's without the brackets. Hang on. Oh my gosh. Yeah, thank you, Whoop. I appreciate you. Alright, let me copy this. This is a learning experience. There we go. Cool. And some Nari. Yeah, and some Nari moment. There we go. Woo. Hell yeah. But yeah, I don't need a command, but good to have it as well. Now you know how. Hell yeah. Thank you. Yeah, definitely follow Juice. I like him. He cool as hell. And thank you, Shu. Holy shit, like been a cool ass follower. Like I think I am so sleepy right now, but I think you followed me originally because of Look Outside, which is like cool shit, you know? Cool stuff. We finished it. Yeah, I was playing Repo with Juice earlier today. So fun. Cool shit. Cool stuff, cool stuff. It's been a fun journey. Hell yeah, it's been definitely. It's been really fun. And this time I didn't kill Lyle, you know? I don't think anyone noticed that, but this time I didn't kill Lyle. And I finished the game, you know? Kind of a cool thing. I look forward to more streams. Hell yeah, same here. Like, I'll be following you, definitely. You seem like a cool person. I'm definitely following. Alrighty. But for now, I should go sleep. Alrighty. So, thank you everyone for passing by and watching. Hope you all have a good day. Goodbye, good night. Well, good night to everyone in the right time zone for that. So yeah, good night, good evening.